2015 Clan Showdown tournament. We're really glad to have you with us today for the playoff stage day 1. And as you can see, I'm not the only one that can say so. I'm joined by Moff, our analyst. How's it going, mate?
It's going great. Let's get right into the brackets, though. We've got CSA versus Banty, which you might also know them as Tilt. They have renamed for the tournament. Then we have Invil against Raid. I'm really curious to see whether Invil can win 3 tournaments in a row. They will be the favorites for sure.
Yeah, we have interesting matches coming up. As you mentioned, the winners bracket is going to be BO7. Only the finals are going to be BO9, and the losers bracket will be BO5s. That being said, we also prepared for you Twitch drops, Moth. We have pretty interesting stuff prepared. As you can see, consumables, a very insane, brand new 2D style camo, and tomorrow day of premium.
Yes, we only get the day of premium tomorrow, so watch out for that one. It is a brand new 2D style as well, called the Velez 2D style, which is quite nice. Had a look at that one.
Yeah, make sure to refresh the stream because the drops are only available to collect from now on 4 p.m. CET. And also you have to go on the Twitch drop section to actually claim them because it's not automatic. Moff, that being said, we should just take a quick look at the first match of the day with the community prediction. As you mentioned, it's going to be Banty against a CSA. Banty essentially is the Tilt International team we have seen in the past tournaments, and CSA one of the oldest team in 15v15.
Yeah, CSA, dinosaurs of the game, really. They've been around for such a long time, but in recent years they haven't really made too many waves in these tournaments, so maybe, community predictions slightly favoring CSA for the namesake, but I think Tilt are probably slight favorites going into this one.
A very, very close prediction from the community. And anyway, enough from the two of us, Moth. It's time to hear what Kihen and Daki have to say about that first match. Castors, take it away.
Well, hello there, and 1 second, I'm hearing myself. Alright, there we go. Hello and welcome everyone to the Clan Showdown June tournament. I couldn't be more excited heading into this one, especially since I got lovely Ducky at my side once again. So yeah, hello Ducky, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, Kihan. I was gonna say something maybe not so nice, but it's great being with you here. I truly love when we spend all this time together. It's going to be phenomenal. We're going to bring you all the action and see if CSA can bring it home for once. I'm not on the CSA hype train, but I'm truly amazed they actually made it as first of their group.
Indeed, that being down to basically tiebreaker rules, how it works in group stage. Quick excursion here is that basically if you manage to win the game without heading to tiebreaker, you're getting 3 points. If you go to tiebreaker and win, 2. If you go to tiebreaker and lose, 1. But yeah, I guess we are going to head into the map pick and bans, and we can see CSA not really fans of Ensk, immediately getting rid of that one, then Morobanka being taken out of the equation by Banty. Then we have Himmelsdorf as the first map, Proko as the second, Sand River being banned by CSA, then the cliff pick for Banty, and as a tiebreaker, possibly we would be heading to Fisherman's Bay.
Yeah, all of these maps, CSA like those maps that are not really biased to one side or another. You can say that on Ensk and Moro, either side has advantage. Himmels, Proko, however, maps where either of the two teams can really win from their side. You're not really favored from defense or attack on either of the two. And Sand River being removed, obviously in a best of 7, you don't want to have to play Sand River either. So they decide that they don't want to play that. But we're going to be starting off here on Himmelsdorf, and let's take a quick look at the predictions. Moff, the analyst of the hour, perhaps, if he gets this one right, going 4-3 for CSA. Kihan 4-2 for Banticore. Insane 4-2 for Banty or Banticore. Are we going to call them Banty or Banticore?
I guess if we run out of time, we just say Banty to have it shorter. But yeah, in the end, to be honest, CSA in the groups, despite being first in their group, were not with the most convincing of performances, especially since they, I think, had to go through both qualifiers to actually get into the groups. So it will be all down to how much the Czech team has prepared here as we do head into the game. And we see the lineups. Double B for CSA here, double to 60 as well. Not something you see too often on Himmelsdorf, and 5 279s and 6 chieftains.
Banti going with the more all-round lineup of 7 Chiefs and 8-2-7-9. Of course, we only have 15 tanks, not 16, so they can't make a perfect split, but this is as close as it's gonna get. And people to watch out for, our boy Alio. Alio is in.
Alio indeed playing here for the team of Bantikor, and immediately he's the most aggressive one. He's going towards the middle, towards the window, to probably extend some view range to get some information, exchanging spots with Will as we speak. And that's going to be a 2-3 line push by Bantikor immediately.
Yeah, Bantikor having not a single tank on the hill are pushing down the 1-2 line, but they are not doing it without a secondary layer, Kihan, A1 double chieftain, or triple chieftain even. No, it's a double chieftain unspotted. And there is also the B3, B4. You see how there's still 3 chieftains around the corner there, not spotted. That is to make CSA continue committing towards the hill, because those tanks are not spotted. Now CSA gets the info on the 2 chieftains going through D1, but they are still missing the 3 that are going to potentially going towards the hill in their mind. So they're still going up with 5 tanks, while Bantikor is now coming down with the rest of their chieftains as well through the 3 line, potentially looking to make an overpush here. But there is a tremendous amount of CSA tanks in a formidable position that they might have to deal with. And Killerpit here coming around the corner as first one takes 2, but there comes the rest of the team pushing in as well now, and the chieftains going for the 3 line. But CSA 5 tanks still on the hill, Key, might be too much.
Yeah, indeed. The 260s and the 50Bs still lurking there. The 50Bs now starting to clip out in the G line, but the pusher by Bantikor on the K line not looking to stop. There's a lot of CSA tanks to receive, but a lot more green tanks to actually overpush, and we can even see them taking shots from the 4 line here. That's even more damage being dealt. Now the counter push from CSA is coming out, but the problem is they probably won't be able to survive here, as Nalo and Sigo also getting pushed.
Yeah, this continuous play with aggression here from Banti actually working out formidable. Those 3 chieftains coming into the 4 line, crossfire in the K line. That K3 position, you could see what is the fault. What makes it fail is that 4 line aggression that came in from
5
Bantikor.
seconds on the cap.
Making the crossfire 5 seconds. Yeah, Harry coming in, gets a reset. But Key, look at the HP. It's 6,000 ahead, if not more, for the team of Banti right now. They have a little bit of cap pressure from the side of CSA going on as well. Will gets a reset, but they already have Alio, the Slovenian superstar, making sure that they won't get capped. And I think that it's going to be CSA down and out in their first round, and Banti coming out aggressive, coming out swinging, making it work.
Indeed, that one chieftain there that got sent back by the side of Banti, immediately able to get the 260s off the cap, and now you can see just methodical cleanup from the team in green here, just making sure that no one will be able to actually reset. 150B is close, but let's be real, this game is over, and Bantikor, with a convincing performance, are gonna put the first point on the board.
Yeah, and obviously they're capping as well as fast as they can, as they are on the attacking side on Himmelsdorf. That is a very, very quick round if it ever came down to tiebreaker. That is CSA is going to have to beat Cliff. Has potential to be faster than that, but it depends on how the teams play as well. So for Bandy, this is good. They pick up the first round. They pick it up fast. They have, possible tiebreaker pick already if it comes down to it.
Yeah, indeed. Good stuff here coming from Bunty. Also, I like what you outlined in the game, actually, that they had the chieftains waiting there, lingering, just so that CSA couldn't be sure what exactly the team from the clan Tilt here, Bantikor, was doing. And you can see in shootouts like that, it's, basically...
Arguably, still, CSA had too many tanks on the hill, because you do whatever they have +1 to make sure you win it, right? And especially if you have 50 Bs against a team that doesn't have 50 Bs. 2 50 Bs and a chief are probably going to win a 3v3 against 3 chieftains if the 50 Bs can connect their clips, right? Because they have that burst potential. They kill 1.5 chieftain. So you would leave max 4 on the hill if you were CSA. They had 5. That K6 position wasn't the greatest either. It was great for just a K-line push, but it wasn't... It falls against more stuff. If Banti pushed from K-line and up, the K-line would get overrun. If Banti pushes like K-line and 4-line, they did it, the K6 position gets overrun. The CSA is holding like that, they need layers of crossfire to where Banti pushes in, they get shot from the left, they get shot from the right. There's not too many times that they can overrun straight, but in this regard, when they pushed K-line, there was 5, CSA tanks, I think, waiting there. So that's 5 pickups. It's not ideal, especially because when you have that northern position inside of that little city where you can drive in through the narrow road, you already have reset angles. So there's no really need to have that much on that corner whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly, especially since from the 4-line there was that crossfire from Bunty coming in that also gave the HP advantage, not only the gun and tank advantage, they sort of lost the HP advantage by pushing in, but then the crossfire coming in from the 4-line just gave it back to them. CSA had to repush the K-line into superior numbers, and then they didn't have the enemies frontally anymore with their 279, so the armor didn't work anymore. So overall, CSA just... I guess with a too slow reaction here, and yeah, I guess Bunty outminding with just keeping the chieftains back.
I don't even necessarily think it comes down to too slow reaction. I think one too many tank on the hill doesn't make the most difference. I think it's mainly the positions they took around the cap that put them into a scenario where they were forced to push into an overwhelming number. They should be holding around their base in different lanes of crossfire to where Bounty gets crossfired immediately when they push in and doesn't just get this amount of tanks for free.
Alright, so round 2, CSA once again choosing the trusty 50Bs, 2 of them, also double CS, 4 chieftains, and the rest is 279s. Bunty on the other hand?
Double CS, 7 chiefs, and that makes 6 279 CSA. Liking those 50Bs, I personally think they're hard to make work really well because of the high amounts of health points that even like a 279 has, like 2,840, 2,550 for a chief. And those tanks don't really miss a 50B either. It's somehow a split by CSA though. It's a 3-line, 8-line kind of commitment, which we see quite often from Invil. Even with 50Bs, they might want to catch Tarks in the window, because if he doesn't run away on time, he can get crossfired by the 279s that are pushing down the 3-line. We've seen Invil do this time and time again.
Ooh, CSA now pushing very aggressively into the courtyard. Tarks should probably start running here because he's going to be outpositioned by also that push that is going to come through the 8-line. They're going to get spotted very late, I think. And CSA making it work here without losing HP currently. Radio Primate on the right now, going back in his 279. Tarks still remaining there. I think now finally he's starting to run. He's taking 1 for it. Does he take a second? Probably not. So he's going to make it out, and Buntikor, they're going to turn around on the hill because now finally the tanks from the 8-line have been spotted, and also on the 1 and 2 line you can see the tanks approaching for CSA. It's all going to be about, is Buntikor able to reinforce their tanks here down on the bottom left side soon enough?
I kind of like this from CSA in a way, because now they've isolated Radio Primate here in his 279. I mean, Padger's coming to support him, but that is kind of a pick-off here for the side of CSA. They did a lot of damage to Tarks as well. Arguably, they should have killed him running away, because that's how that works. Padger's now trying to come in to create some crossfire, but here comes the re-push from Buntikor immediately. Alio leading the charge, down to 555 HP immediately for that. They're going to re-push back into the 4-line. Radio goes down. Golder follows to the grave. Buntikor now down in HP, but if they can clean up this area here in quick succession, they might be able to do it, because CSA is like little split left, right, everywhere. 50Bs now coming into the fight again as well, and they're kind of allowing themselves to get overrun once more, like on the previous round of Himmelsdorf.
Yeah, exactly. CSA, they still have tanks out of the game on the 1-2 line, and also that Chieftain on the D line just not able to contribute to the fight. CSA now basically even on HP. We just have to see who's able to bring in the guns more effectively. Infinity now down to 1 shot. Needs to be careful. Probably needs to get 1 more shot into the game. And now you can see Will coming through the courtyard. He knows he needs to bring his gun, his HP into the game. Radim now down to a shot. 2-shot down goes Infinity. And this one's going down to the wire.
This one's indeed going down to the wire. Padger there might have even blocked in those 279s. Yogro should be backing off from that now, not trading against it anymore. Alio goes down, so CSA now up a good amount of tanks. They were able to stabilize the game and start picking off the guns 1 by 1 when those 50Bs came back in off of reload. Banter goes down now, and CSA continuing the push, and most of the HP here, or a large percentage of it, Asda, Papi on the hill, trying to put down the continuous fire. But now when the tanks from CSA have progressed down the lane, there's no such thing for them, and CSA now taking the game back into their favor. also going aggressive on Himmelsdorf and also making it work.
Exactly, not something you see from CSA every day. Normally, a team that likes to feel out where the enemy is, likes to play control, likes to play slow, but here CSA actually with a lot of, I would say, controlled aggression, taking the game into their own hands, and yeah, with the amount of guns available to them, triple cap started, yeah, this is looking very much like a 1-1.
Yeah, indeed. It's only a few tanks left, and they're going to be trying to cap as well. But you know, the time you can already see that it's progressed past the mark that Bounty set down, so that's not going to be making a difference. But they are going to be picking up the round, making it 1-1, and you could see that they started struggling a little bit in that game because Bounty just has that single shooting lineup with 15 tanks without reloads, basically no clippers. But when their 50Bs came back in, when they started cleaning up the tanks that pushed in the 4 line, they were able to reset, start getting the pickoffs, and started getting the tanks from Bounty one by one.
Oh, nice HE connection here into that CS. That's obviously just trying to run away to make the game longer. And I think Bounty, they have succeeded in having lost the defense in a longer time that CSA managed to. So if it comes down to a tiebreaker, currently Bounty Core with the advantage. That being said, 1-1 all even. And yeah, you love to see it when both teams try some aggressive stuff, and I like it even more when it works.
I will agree with Insane. Usually what happens on a play like this when a team is pushing the lower side, and we've seen Invil's a good example, Raid is a good example of teams that actually do this very well, is when you get pressured on the lower side by this amount of tanks. First of all, Tarks should have died for running away. Like, he should have always died. I don't know why CSA just let him get out of that window for free, but anyways. When this happens, when this lower side pressure comes and you have this double CS and tanks going to the hill for Bounty, you go back to defend the lower side because you know it's going to take CSA a long time to push through it with the amount of tanks you have. You take 4, sometimes 5 tanks over the 0 line of the hill, because the shots from the hill are nice, but it's not putting your HP into the game, and they will drive down the lanes, and then, you know, you have 3-4 tanks on the hill, they're useless, right? You take those 4 tanks, you push down 0 line, you get onto the cap, and now CSA starts scrambling. They're not capping yet, most likely. They're not capping yet. You have one guy to block off the first decapper that comes, which is usually only 1. And then CSA has to start making decisions. How many do we send back? People start driving back. If they send too many back, they get killed in the base of Bounty. And if they send too little back, they get capped. So it's like a race that they have to start capping. They have to reset. It's really hard for them. But Bounty didn't do that. They stayed on the hill with the 2 CSs, put no cap line pressure. And yeah.
Yeah, indeed, and the CSs from the hill, they weren't even that useful. One of them had 1600, the other one had like 2.3, something like that.
The other one was full. One took 1 shot and the other one was full HP.
But yeah, that is Himmelsdorf over with. We are heading to Prokhorovka, which obviously is quite a different kind of beast when it comes to map design. Whereas Himmelsdorf, it's all about crossfire angles, narrow streets, in-your-face brawling. Prokhorovka is mostly about the information game and then trying to make one quick decisive push somewhere on the map to give you the advantage as an attacker if the defender doesn't do some YOLO stuff right off the bat.
Yeah, Proko also a map where CSA has this tendency to play a lot slower. By that I mean too slow for my liking, because normally speaking, we can ask Insane about that. I think your final move on Proko needs to be done already before the 6-minute mark hits, because you can't always be sure that your opponent is going to be on the side that you're pushing in great numbers, and you need time to go across the map, make some rotation. But a lot of teams, mainly teams like CSA, that take a longer time. And we saw previous tournament as well, they take too long. They wait until the 4-minute mark. They wait until the 3-minute mark. And if you push then, and a smart team on defense will just stack one side, and if you push into them, you die. And if you don't push into them, they just take the other side and you lose because you don't have time to do anything anymore rotation-wise. So for me, on this map, it really depends on how fast they decide to make their move and when they decide to move. And Bounty, that's a tremendous amount of 279s for this map.
That is a lot of
Holy.
279s, and they also bring double STRV as well as double EBR, and that is 4 907s. For the side of CSA, 2 EBRs as well. Then we see a plethora of 907s, 7 actually, then 3 Chieftains and triple 279. But talking about the amount of 279s from Banty, that looks very much like they want to do some middle stuff. Because if you actually peek
No, hold everywhere.
hold
Hold everywhere. Just put 279s everywhere is the name of the game.
Yeah, the thing is, they can't hold.
The question
though. They
is,
need to push.
the real question, no, Bounty's defending.
Oh, true. No. Yeah, sorry. Brain fart on my end.
The real question here, Kihan, is why does Badger have turbo on his 279 when he's camping in 1-2 line? It's a lot of HP difference. It's 320. It's a shot from a 907.
They probably wanted to have 1 or 2 279s depending on the spawn available to go to.
No, he was no, man. He's not on 0 line. He's on 1-2. He's camping 1-2 with 2 other 279s.
Maybe they had something planned, and upon seeing the enemy lineup, they decided for something different. So maybe.
I am curious. People like putting Chieftains in A2 now, though. I don't know how much better 279 is than Chieftain. I feel like STRV has less issue with 279 that's trying to angle up than he does with a Chieftain, because I've played STRV in E1, and if you play STRV in E1, Kihan, I can tell you when they're just behind that little hold down on A2 on the far back there in a Chieftain, it is incredibly hard to reliably pen those Chieftains, because all you're really seeing is, first of all, they're going D-spotted and unspotted is Cupola, and hitting that on, like, even in STRV, hitting that on like 400 meters is not very reliable.
Yeah, so now for CSA, as you said, they are sort of going for a very slow approach here.
There's a lot of weaknesses in this still. Weakness 1, 3-line is weak still for Bounty. 3-line is weak. A 3-line push will kill Killer Pit, will eliminate the crossover potential for Bounty, and will outspot the tanks on E6. But second of all, the 6-line is still weak in this, because usually people put a 279. You see where the road is, right, on B6, behind that road, angling up to shoot the tanks when they're pushing the 6-line, because nobody can really pen him. He can get penned in Cupola or peeked from like E3, but it's hard to kill the 6-line tanks, right? To kill the tanks pushing 6. But they have like, I don't know, 7 279s and not a single one to watch the 6-line. So it doesn't really make sense, because now if the 907s push over there, all those tanks on A6 will be immediately forced back. And we saw, I think it was Invil did this really well last tournament. All the heavies go to F6. They all peak together. You push over to medium, so you devastate A6. But a 279 behind the road would help here for the side of Bounty to hold that. But they don't have this. So like, personally, I feel like there's a little bit of, weakness still. I mean, they have an interesting EBR position on A3, A4, though. I think that's if the 3-line gets pushed, that they have continuous spots on B3.
I think that EBR also spots the 5 and 6 line, to be honest. But
it doesn't matter, because if they get to B5, they're spotting A6 anyways. And that's the only goal. You spot A6 and you force them down to make them make moves.
We do see the 907s by CSA now getting grouped up onto that 6 line. Oh, Cosmo taking one in his EBR, but should be able to get away. But yeah, those 907s, they are going to be the hammer. And I guess the 279s forming up at F4 are going to be the anvil to just, punish that position that we see here currently with all the 4 907s.
There should be, normally there's more tanks in F6 though for the side of CSA. I know they want to kill the 279, but they don't really have that much punish on A6 right now.
Yeah, the 907 on J1 is also driving forward now, so wants to probably give cross shots into the 279. I would like to see maybe some sort of more aggressive spotting in the 1-2 line for CSA currently, just to get more info, but that doesn't seem to be the case. They're just going to overpush with their 907s here, hoping to find something. They're not going to immediately convert into kills, because Killer Pit is not in the 5-6 line, but rather in the ditch in the 4 line. But yeah, Killer Pit now taking a shot here. Lubor there, overpeaking with his 279s to take the shots from the other tanks, and now the 907s are going to take some damage here, but they're going to force down those tanks in A6 that you were talking about, and indeed, we do see the 907s dropping lower and immediately going towards north here.
Yeah, well, because they're forced to. They don't have a choice. And you can see already the pain is being put on. And it's rough here for Bounty because there is crossfire coming in towards these tanks. Killer Pit is now slowly dying because he's getting overpeaked from the middle. And like I said, 6line here, incredibly weak for Bounty. This whole strat fails by one of the most basic pushes in the game, which is the 6line push by the 907s from CSA.
Ooh, Pika
massive
taking
oversight.
900 here in his 279 in the A3 position. And now those tanks that we were talking about, they can't really do anything. They can't go onto the rails because that would mean exposing themselves to everyone, basically. They can't really go towards the middle because CSA still has the hill. They don't know how many tanks are there. So a lot of tanks here currently out of the fight, and Ondra is going to proxy spot Poppy and Demensive probably.
I mean, you can see in the meantime, there's triple 279 starting to push the 0 line. It's going to take a long time for Bounty to achieve. It's the best possible play to have at this moment in time, though, and I like it because it's necessary. They have to overpush the hill, but you can see how slow 279s are for that. And the savior here, I don't know what CSA is doing, man. There's a second STRV. His name is Tarks. He's sitting in 1-2. Seago gets outspotted because they're not clearing. And this could be devastating still for CSA. Seago here, if he doesn't make the STRV, if he dies before he reaches Tarks and Tarks is allowed to free farm, this is going to be disaster. Disaster for the side of CSA. Seago goes down to Tarks, but now Curry will fall in return. But still, though, the STRV is continuously farming at this point. Tarks could be the difference maker here for the side of Bounty. As you can see from A1, he's just putting crossfire and crossfire. There's a second CSA EBR, but he has to come soon. And now all the tanks from CSA are converging. It's not the greatest push here in the world. 907s are now coming to overrun the tanks at A3. Tarks easily farming away at this point. He's finally spotted out, but is it enough still for Bounty with all this crossfire? They're doing a tremendous amount of damage in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Hill push from Bounty. They want that. This push from CSA was sloppy. Not sure if it's going to work out.
Indeed, there is a scramble for kills here, and they are going for the side of CSA. Currently, Pika now also on a one-shot does fall to the grave. The EBR has to run away now from the cap, which will probably get forced by CSA. But you can see Immensive and Puppy still not spotted here in their tanks on the 6th line. Immensive even with a kill onto Radim. So CSA with actually less HP now than Bounty, and they do still sort of have spots onto the cap.
Sam surviving is very important. Like, very, very important. You gotta imagine there's only 3 tanks in the CSA lineup that can do anything at this point almost. Saka, Harry, and Trandor. Those are the only 3 tanks.
And Saka now is going to get pushed towards that 6th line to basically deny the spots onto the cap, I would imagine, because that needs to be the plan here for CSA. They can't be sure to basically clean up the whole map in 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
They have Immensive going into A0 though, and he can get angles on the cap. And you know, for CSA, I don't remember when was their initial push coming in, Kian. What was the time mark? Do you remember?
I didn't really look onto the time, but I would imagine that it was past the 6-minute mark that you mentioned previously.
They're already struggling with this now. I mean, they're going to put a 279 on the cap now.
And probably an EBR behind it, I would guess.
You can knock over the trees on towards the camp. The question is, Sam was in those bushes before. Did he knock them over already so they don't have an actual potential to knock over the trees and sit in those? Because that would be good for Bounty here. Because Sam was roughly there. So normally there's trees you can knock towards the cap. They might already be knocked, which is bad for the side of CSA. Because it means that when the Sam peaks in his EBR, which
the STRV now got spotted by Sakalito.
Yeah, but nobody can shoot it. There's nobody to shoot it.
Yeah, alright. I guess they knocked the tree into it, just as you said, and 1 minute 13, that is enough currently, but they can still suicide
they just
tanks
group
for
up.
the reset.
They just group up with Unique with 907s that have HP, like Unique and Spieler, because they have to throw a meat in, and Yogro, and they all commit at the same time over the rails, and then they go for the reset. That should be the play here.
Right, 20 seconds, there's a second guy there.
I mean, Sam is going to have to go in a second. I mean, he spots out the 907, which can be reset from the middle part. Sam is doing good, keeping his HP. Immensive spotted out again, though. Takes a shot, survives, though. Unique needs to commit now with Sam in a second here to get the reset. They need to throw in HP, so because there's not enough guns from CSA. They have to commit HP into the pool now. There's Unique going. Sam will now go at the same time normally. Speaking, Sam should be committing here as well because Unique alone might not make it. They need to get this reset out. Now Sam is jumping. The Cosmos unspotted. I don't know. I think the CSA might just... No, he missed.
Oh, Cosmos spotted
missed.
now. Cosmos spotted. 10 seconds here. There need to be resets coming in, but basically the 279 and the 907
No, he
provide
got
cover.
it!
They get a
Immensive
reset.
Immensive got it. Immensive got it in the STRV.
That was
Yeah, well,
too close for comfort, honestly.
they should have never won this game, Key.
Nah.
It's a robbery. It's a daylight robbery.
Yeah, getting away with murder here are Bunty. Whew, that was...
There is a lot of things missing on this defense from Banti. Bringing this amount of 279s, it's good to cover angles, but if you leave the most obvious angle, like undefended, like on A6 you can make a camo spot, for example. You make a camo spot for at least 197 to just sit there and farm. You can put a 279 there to angle up and farm. But there's definitely room for at least 197, even 2, if you knock over the 3s correctly. I mean, Raid does it, Invil does it, I can keep repeating it. You can knock over the 3s, you create a camo spot, you farm the 6-9 as well with the 279 ahead of you to shield you, right?
Alright,
But
we're gonna take a look at the...
I have 5k for almost 5k for Tarks, by the way, and 4k for Immensive.
and also
The C-
Immensive with 100 reset points here.
The CSA push on 1-2 line, it is not done proper at the end. Seago is driving through the bushes when Curie has been unspotted the whole game. And Sem has been unspotted the whole game. Why? Why is this? Why is that? I don't get it. Seago should be taking speed together with Cosmo, right? And they need to, first of all, clear C1. I don't know why it wasn't done earlier, but whatever, because you put blind fire there, you need to clear C1. And then you have to go through and go spot the STRV by hitting the red line with the 2 of them. Because if the STRV doesn't farm like 4k extra damage there, they have 2 extra tanks coming out of this fight.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
They have one more healthy tank coming out of this fight. And one more healthy tank would be enough to put pressure on another angle and probably close out the game.
I mean, one more healthy tank would also just mean that the EBR dies before reaching the spot. So, because that EBR, I think there were 1 or 2 misses, but if you just have in the A6 position, 1 more tank just in the ditch, just to farm the people coming close to spot the cap, that would mean the win for CSA here. So, yeah, Bunty taking the 2-1 lead, but struggling doing it, I would say. That being said, they are now gonna switch and are gonna be attacking on Prokhorovka, but I think we had that discussion in past tournaments, right? That you said Prokhorovka defense is actually not that easy to pull off. Yeah,
Prokhorovka defense is kind of hard to pull off properly because there's many angles you need to cover. And it's, like you saw, Bounty, man. You know, sometimes it's the most obvious stuff.
I mean, they barely managed to hold down now, so I guess they're gonna be, well, not happy with themselves, but I guess a bit relieved that their defense went through, and now they get to attack here on Prokhorovka. I have to take a quick look at my cheat sheet, who actually picked this map, but yeah, in the end, I mean, it's a best of 7, so Bunty realistically needs 2 more rounds, so they should be fine. And there is a lovely voice in my ear whispering that this is actually CSA's pick.
And CSA is going to be kicking themselves after that one.
And
this is again an unholy amount of 260s from Banty. Not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, but 6 260s. Followed up by 5 279s. And a Chieftain, an STRV, and WBR. Not a single 907. Not one.
All right, interesting lineups here going into that one, but yeah, CSA, they are going to commit a lot of tanks here actually towards the 6 line. Maybe we'll go even further with that. That's the 907s from CSA basically going there, and that Bunty push is going to be a very interesting one, sending all of the 260s directly towards the C0 positions, and this basically eliminates some of the advantage that normally the defender has by putting Chieftains to B9, because in a hold down fights, 260s are going to fare better. Ooh, Sem immediately biting the dust there. Ay. But yeah, 260s are going to fare better against Chieftains than the 907s that we normally see for this one.
Health pool, 260 was bigger alpha. Those are all things to keep into mind to why 260 could be good for this. And you can see they actually got across pretty unscathed. The real question will be is, why do they push like this instead of going over the 0 line? But that's for the analysts to discuss later. Climbing though, Primer getting across, doing it well. That's what the coming up now. Fantastic 1K, slightly too high when he was coming up. Yoko position as well. You can see that 0 line comes up, right? Then the 260 comes up. There is the 260 is a massive advantage over 907. 907 third key, if you play 907, you know that it's not on, right? In some positions, it's not that great because of the really weak roof, but 260s don't really share this issue. They have the cupola and under the gun, the shot trap, but outside of that,
yeah, the cupola also is very, very small, and we can already...
The CSA repush doesn't work. It doesn't work.
I hate it every time I see it. That C-line push through.
Yeah, but what are they pushing in? What are they pushing into? There's nothing on the lower side.
Yep. They are just gonna meet hold-down 260s that are gonna have the positional advantage also because they're above. Sakalito immediately biting the dust here in his Chieftain. That's one gun removed as well, and I think Golda, Trandov, Lucker, they are realizing now that they cannot really push into this. They are doing a tremendous amount of damage, though.
Banter should just make a shield. Banter makes a shield here for Radio and Drogro, right? Okay, so they kill 1 to 60. Yeah, Banter's dead.
At what
now
cost?
What? Now what?
Yeah, Lucker immediately going down, and they still have the issue that there's
Look at the middle, by the way, in the meantime as well. Middle is getting pressured for CSA here. I mean, CSA is still up, a lot of HP. Gotta keep that into mind. But I think this push here could cost them a lot if it doesn't work out.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Now that Chieftain repush by CSA together with the 279 is going to work fairly well, as Alio already down to a 2-shot here. Maybe needs to drop down to not take shots into his side. Now Radio Primate behind the shield. That Buntamate also in trouble here, down to a 1-shot. Yes, Immensive does pick up one CSA tank somewhere else, but Jogro, now that pocket of resistance is going to get eliminated.
Yeah, but now that Asda and Alio just pull higher, like this, it doesn't make too much sense because they're safe now. There's no more chieftains behind them. You understand what I mean? They're safe.
Yes.
Like,
and now it's like 260s hold down against 907s, and who's winning that fight? Well, I can tell you it's going to be the 260s.
The biggest issue here for Bounty right now is that they lost 1-2 fully. Like, they lost both their EBRs. Pika's in trouble. Stigo has it for free. And that they have 0-1-2 line control. This is the saving grace for CSA in this round right now. Because they can drive down it for free. That saves them. That saves them fully.
We'll have to see, because like those 907s are in big trouble with Spieler above them now. Like, he's picking up one, and what are they realistically going to do to punish him? There's nothing. The 907s are just going to go down for free.
They are, but you still have to imagine that CSA is going to be able to put some resistance on 1-2 line. They need to kill Pika for this, though, to make this work. I don't know what happened in 1-2 line for Banticore, but it's costing them a lot as well. You can't forget about that, because Pika is going to be, you know, crossfired here to death. And you could see Seago from one side, Cosmo from the other, Kappa from the hold down. And that is keeping CSA in the game. I'm not going to say they're winning it, but it's keeping them in the game, at least.
Yeah, Pika now going down, and CSA, they still have that double EBR, and they basically need to make that one count. That is basically their ace up their sleeve.
It's also not great having double EBR full HP when you're even on HP as the enemy team. They have only single shooters, right? They have only single shooters, 260s, 279s, and you have double EBR, which struggle against 279s, which struggle against 260s.
Yeah, also
they struggle against Chief.
They have two very low tanks pretty close to the rails. That is that 279 of Radim, that is down to 230, now getting pushed on by Unique. Unique needs to make that shot, is taking a lot of damage for this currently. But yeah, Spieler is going to be the one picking up Radim in the end, and now Ondra probably the next one to get collapsed upon. That would be another gun down for CSA, and then you sort of start struggling really hard if you're like 4 versus, how many tanks is that? Like 9 or something?
His peaks from Bounty are not that clean though. Azza should have taken speed and committed into the hold-down, and when he does that, he can just farm Ondra from behind. I don't know why he didn't do that. He just took damage instead, but once they get a tank that takes speed, goes across to the hold-down, he's basically safe and able to kill Ondra for free. Asda had the HP to do it, now it's a little bit more risky. He might not necessarily
Asda
make
down to
that.
225, and if Ondra turns around, he might be able to kill him. Does miss his shot, apparently. Puppy now over-peaking here. Does get one shot into him, 380 remaining on Ondra, and Ondra, it's just going to be about how he fares here. He's barely able to hold on currently.
Normally he should die to Asda from behind. He's trying to peek here, trying to make a kill, and there he goes. Asda picks it up, but again, you know, it wasn't that clean for the side of Banti, and now they're back in trouble again, because what do they use to spot with? They have no EBRs left. They have no 907s left, and the only one with any HP is Dandy. Like this peak on the rails by Unique and others, it wasn't the peak. They lost 4,000 HP to pick up 2 tanks of CSA.
I mean, 4 versus many here currently. Cosmo and Zigo are going to be the playmakers, and Combat and Lubor, they just need to be able to secure that basically, if there is some kind of push coming out, that they do have the guns available, because realistically the Chieftain and the 279 for CSA are going to be the damage dealers. And if we take a look at the Bantikos setup, like how many tanks are not a one-shot? You have Killer Pit possibly not getting rolled, Spieler possibly not getting rolled.
Darks possibly not getting rolled. Unique a 2-shot possibly. Danley is the only one, but he's stuck on the south side of the map.
And take a look, like how many tanks from Bounty are spotted here. Finally, they are starting to make that move, and now Lubor should be possibly even trying to get some shots into this here, as we do see, yeah, Tarks is falling here. Alia the next one. It is just the march of the one-shots here currently.
It's like shooting gallery at the fun fair, dude. You know, you go there, you pay €5, Asda goes down, Unique might make it across with a Massive, maybe, starting the cap, but it is a shooting gallery. It's kind of funny to see, but Danley now committing into Kappa. The Kappa gets it on towards Danley.
Combat just took a ton of damage.
Yeah.
That was...
I mean, the cap is still on though, but there's still Sigo and Cosmo full HP EBRs.
Lubor, meanwhile, getting another kill onto KP here. And I think in the A line, Unique will have to try somehow to push Cosmo away without dying. And then the SRV joins the cap, but like CSA, they're making their EBRs work here currently for the information. And like Sigo, he's spotted, yes, but he could be giving cross shots into that 279 here even. And yeah, Unique starting to push that 2 line here. We'll have to see. I mean, we know that Sigo is in E1, so he should be spotting Unique rather soonish. And yes, indeed, he does get spotted finally here. Combat.
But it's only hope. The only hope here is that he picks up. The only hope here is that he picks up Combat. Ooh, that's Kappa coming out because Unique not driving on the lower side.
And I think even the EBR could make like some sort of... Okay, one more AG coming out here. That was from Combat, I believe. It's going to be Unique picking up Combat, but if Cosmo reloads to AG with Intuition, then he should be able to kill Unique. 16 damage, that should be doable.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a cleanup now for CSA. I really thought they were in trouble. But like I said, this 1-2, the fact that they won 1-2 for free almost, and even got a kill out of that really saved their game. Without that, they would be down and out. If there was a singular tank in K1 there for a while, it would be so rough for CSA. Like if there was a 279 or anything in K1, they would have struggled a lot to close out this game. But there wasn't. I don't know what happened on 1-2. I know that Sem's spotting run, I don't know what it answered for Bantikor, but he died for that. But I don't know how Curie died. And that's the question. I don't know why they completely abandoned 1-2 line.
Now Cosmo picking up the 279, and realistically that STRV, you can see no chance of winning anymore. The cap is not going to be done in time, and those 2 EBRs are just going to be happily driving around near the cap
even
of Bunty.
One alive EBR here for Bunty on decent HP, and it's probably this game over because CSA had what left 2 actual combat tanks, right? And 2 EBRs. 1 EBR could clear K-line because they know where Kappa is. Pressure their EBR, they could sneak across K-line then with some 260s, take that back. But now they were forced to push out of the A-line, which is the worst option out of them all. And yeah, like I said, that 1-2 is the only thing that saved CSA here because those repushes that they made.
Yeah, indeed. But
normally when you see this coming out from Bounty, you would take those 907s that are on A6 and just go over push the middle because there's like 6 260s committed onto what 2 chieftains. I think it was. You push the middle, you push 1-2, you kill that, it's GG almost. I don't know.
Alright, damage numbers. Immensive staying alive the longest, and actually the only one to stay alive for his team. Gonna put in 6.6k, but it's not gonna be enough, simply because the EBRs at the end for CSA were putting in the work and putting in the hurt. But to be honest, yeah, I guess light diff for that game. Can we agree on that?
Yeah. I mean, both EBR, like you can see the difference, right? Sigo 4k, Cosmo 2k, some assist as well, of course.
I mean, Cosmo 3.3k spotting.
Compared to 0 from the EBRs from...
And 2k spotting as well for...
From Bounty. Yeah, against 0 and 0, dude.
Yeah, so I guess light tank difference and
Skill issue. Yeah.
well, also that possibly. I wouldn't know, but yeah, in the end, I guess we can agree on that Bunty shouldn't have won the third round, and CSA probably shouldn't have won the one we just saw. So in the end, regardless, we end up with a 2-2 scoreline, and after Himmelsdorf and Prokhorovka both being split. And now we do have Cliff, the pick by Bunticore here, but obviously that late into the pick and ban. Most of the teams will have already, you know, taken out most of the maps they don't want to play. So probably both teams fine with that one. And if we don't see a clean sweep on it, then we will be headed to a tiebreaker actually. I guess going with my prediction, I have to hope that Bunty wins this clean. What did you go with?
I think I went with 4-3 for Bunty.
Alright, so it's gonna be decided on this map, or if even Moth is gonna be the correct one. Either way, coming into this, personally, I expected CSA to put up less of a fight. They are, in my mind, right now, overperforming. Or it's maybe Bunticore that's underperforming? What's your take on this?
Maybe it's a little bit of both.
Oh.
I feel like both teams are giving each other options to actually get into this game.
I mean, yeah. Cliff is obviously different from the two maps that we just saw. Himmelsdorf being that city map, Prokhorovka super open. Cliff is forcing mostly those immediate brawls in the middle, and also you can see in the back there the donut with the, I guess, Acropolis onto it. That is where most of it gets decided right from the start, I would say.
Yeah, it depends if the teams decide to go for the straight brawl, right, Kian?
Mm-hmm.
You think we're gonna see straight brawls here from CSA?
Ooh, they didn't really like doing that in the qualies at least, but taking a look at the lineup, they might be going for it. One TVP here being played by Kurmelets, 90907. Then we have 5 CSs, double Chieftain, double 277, and double 260 here. So that is a very aggressive in-your-face setup.
Yeah, that's indeed very aggressive. But Bunty as well. I mean, both teams, it's 260 versus 907s here, you know, kind of. Because CSA has less of those. Bunty has not a single 907. Some split, 1-2 middle for Bunty, and it's full middle for CSA.
Yeah, full middle for CSA, slight split going on for Bunty, so in the end it's going to come down to what the calls are going to be here. With those CSs all going towards the middle, you can already tell that they will be trying to take the hill. Obviously CSA with the slight punish advantage because they have the TVP, which just clips out faster, but Buntico obviously with the 50B down there, Jokro is also going to be able to hit the CSs from CSA that are going up, and Cosmo actually ramming the rock here, taking a lot of damage, delaying his fellow brethren in their CSs. They're going to take a bit more damage here.
Yeah, that was Cosmo there not having the clean. We can see that now because of that.
Alright, so it's going to be a brawl here now on the hill, and CSA, they do have some slight positional advantage with that CS from Ondra being split off here. He's going to be held down, he's going to be controlling those peaks. Overall, CSA already leading 2k HP. Pika on the ramp here with his CS also taking, I would say, unnecessary punishment. Buntico, however, they do have firm control over the donut established, and that is probably why CSA is now starting to push around the hill. However, Trandorf, he was still spotted, so Bunty is going to be aware that there is some sort of commitment by CSA that's going to go around the hill, and indeed we have one CS clearly spotting that. Whenever you don't have the hill, it's not really a possibility to push around it, because realistically the tanks on top of it, they are just in that hold down engagement. They are going to expose less of their tank. They are going to be deciding when they peak and where they peak. So if you're below it, you it's always very difficult to be pre-aimed in the right spot, and especially with those 277s, if you have to re-aim, that can be very, very annoying here. Harry taking a lot of damage, and Cosmo, the first one to fall on the hill, I guess, here, with his CS, is down and out, so Bunty, they are still those 2k HP down, but this push here, it's gonna get punished so hard here by Bunticore. CSA is going to bleed so heavily because those CSs on the hill, not only can they control the engagement, they also have a lot of DPM. That being said, Alster, you shouldn't be doing those peaks, dude.
he should indeed not be doing those peaks whatsoever, Key. CSA now pushing around, but
Ooh,
he
Radim.
kind of just stuck in the holdout state.
Yeah, Radim just, you know, getting completely annihilated for that push here. And now since Buntikor is also controlling the donut, they cannot really play those hold-down positions that I mentioned. Killer Pit, they're firmly in control of those. Trandorf, the next one to fall. And for CSA, they were in the HP lead for most of the game, but that one has vanished. And so right now, Buntikor on their defense in a pretty commanding spot, I would say.
Yeah, this looks great for Bandicor. I mean, Danley goes down, but up HP, up positions. I don't really see the way back in for CSA right now.
Yeah, Sam now also getting sent here in his CS to clear out Harry, and he's probably, considering the HP advantage, going to be successful in this regard. That's going to be one more position, one more angle gone for CSA. That somehow managed to get back in the HP department, only 2k down now. But as soon as Harry's gone, like, what does CSA do from this on out?
I don't know, Kian. What would you do?
Play different from the start.
Smart, Kian. But yeah, indeed. I mean, I don't see CSA's way back in. They don't control 1-2. They don't control middle. They don't control 9-0 line. I'm not sure where they can actually achieve anything. Like, they can't win the hill. They can't win 1-2.
Yeah, right now CSA in quite a bit of trouble, because also on their tanks, like on the hill, Combat is the only tank with HP that could realistically make a play, and indeed he's starting to make his way up, but 1600 HP, if he gets unlucky, that's 4 CS shots, and you can already see Spieler getting into position to punish here. Does not get a kill as of yet, but Lubor, Sigo, Andra, they're all one-shots. Like, what are they supposed to do?
I mean, Combat takes a really good hold-on position, though.
Oh, he does get a kill onto Puppy.
That's a really good hold-on position there. They might be able to win the hill slowly off of this, but yeah, Spieler won't allow himself to get overrun, though.
Yeah, Spieler can just drop down, and I mean, oh, that was Will with another pickup here, but that's CS in the back in K5. That's going to prevent Combat from basically pushing around the hill and playing hold down against Spieler. Like, Combat, he's not realistically going to be able to do something with his HP, and on the other side, Bunty now trying to get Infinity onto the hill, taking 2 shots here, getting into a sort of safe position again, and in the long run, I think what's going to hurt CSA badly is that they don't have any crossfire coming from the donut, except for that one CS there in D4.
Yeah, the only issue is now that around the hill becomes a little bit of a threat again here for CSA, right? Because Starks is clippable, PK is clippable. If Kremlin would start moving around, he might be able to get value out of that at least.
Yeah, Spieler is not clippable though, so that means that he could theoretically just peek it, take the shots from the TVP and just punish after. CSA, realistically, I would say within the next minute or so need to make the play to win the game here, because clock is ticking in favor of Buntikor.
Yeah, on their defense, the clock is always ticking in their favor, and that would be huge for them as well, Kihan, because it would put them on match point here in this best of 7. Flirtoman trying to get an angle on Infinity. Is he going to get the shot? Barely, but no cigar.
He doesn't get spotted for this though, so he might be able to try that one again in a few seconds here. The only good thing for CSA is currently that there is a lot of tanks for Bunty spotted. So in the long run, hopefully for them, the CS in the D4 position is going to get work done, but yeah, Flirto, he needs to connect those shots. Sakalito now trading it out here in the middle, as you can see, with Bunter. Both of the SCs losing HP. Sakalito more so, though, but he is taking the overpeak, sacrifices HP to get that kill onto the board here. That is one gun removed, but in the end, I still don't really see how CSA make it here without committing that TVP somewhere, getting work done, distracting Bunty.
I think Kremlin should be around the hill already at this point.
We saw that in group stage, actually. There was one game by CSA where I think Froly was playing the TVP, and he was making those hero plays all over the map, and in the end ended up getting around the hill, flanking, taking out the one-shots and winning the game. But we'll have to see if Kormelets is able to repeat that performance, or if Buntikor will be able to hold on.
I don't know, I feel like CSA is just AFK right now.
I mean,
I don't know why.
They are deliberating here, but they'll only have Honestly, if in the next 30 seconds no push comes in, then they will struggle to finish this one off. Finally, finally, Kormelets making that move we were talking about.
Could have done that 2 minutes ago.
I guess he's probably afraid of Spieler because he can't.
You have to remember that all of these things from Bounty in the middle can die. All of them. Infinity, Turks, Pika, all of them can die, but they still have to kill one too.
Now we do see the 907 driving towards the donut, taking some shots here, and he needs to be careful because there is a full HP 50B and he's on 1800. That means only one more shot required after the 50B clip.
Kremlich making the peak. Tries to get connections, gets one on towards Starks.
Oh, Infinity in the middle, also getting taken out of the equation.
Good peek there from Nalo. Trying to get some things going their way. Of course, you gotta remember, Sem is crossfiring Nalo completely.
Now Nalo taking a lot of damage for that one, though. I guess that was a pretty big overpeak. They probably didn't realize that there is one CS still in K5 that is able to give crossfire. Now, Kormelets is reloaded here, needs to be careful of Spieler, and he needs to connect those shots. He needs to be able to get some damage on the board here for his team, as Will is peeking into superior amount of guns here, trying to make it work. Kormelets actually able to take out one of the 260s, but Sakalito and Will in the middle now getting crossfired by Jogro.
Yeah, Jogro, they're in the 50B, peeking out, getting one, getting two. Saka will now one-shot. Fluido Man falling down as well towards that one-shot range. Nalo getting picked up, and Bantikor hiding under the hills, hiding on the sides of the hills, hiding behind every hill they can find, like they're the hobbits coming out straight from Lord of the Rings looking for gold, and gold is what they're going to strike, as CSA with 40 seconds remaining are going to be losing their attack.
Yes, indeed. Once that 50B is off reload, then Sakalito and Will, that are both one-shots already, are not going to stand any chance whatsoever. Padja here, hold down in the 260 with the crossfire, does take out Sakalito. And now only Will and Kormelets are left here. Will, that one-shot, is going to get pushed by the 50B, is going to get taken out by Padja in his 260. And now only the TVP remaining here. Kormelets left wondering where it all went wrong. Honestly, that was just waiting from CSA, not really making decisive moves. I think that's what really cost them the game.
I mean, the beginning was bad for them as well.
I mean, Cosmo ramming the rock and blocking the way up for his teammates also didn't help.
You think that doesn't make that much of a difference, but it is the difference between CSA being in position on top of the hill and Bounty being in position on top of the hill. And now Bounty was in far superior positions, and CSA struggling to regain control. They have no 1-2 line presence. For this strat of CSA to work, they need to be able to win the hill. And they weren't able to win the hill for the longest period of time.
I mean, yeah, Cosmo even without damage here. CSA just, yeah, I guess from the start, they just weren't able to get those game-winning conditions that you mentioned. They just weren't able to get the positions they needed, and also if you take a look at actually the lineup from Bunty, everyone did 4 digits of damage, which is very important because the more also the players on the lower echelon of the damage bracket deal, the less the ones at the top have to carry.
The only thing that matters in Borotainskihan, an old man's FPS game, is, you know, winning. The team.
And as a team, and probably with the power of friendship, Bunty was now able to put themselves on match point, Turkey. Only one more round, and they'll be through. They would be claiming their spot in the upper bracket finals, I guess.
And Alio would be getting fists.
Ooh. I mean, would he? Yes, he would.
Yes,
he would actually. Oh.
Yes, he would. He only has to win one game to get fists.
Okay, so I guess we're gonna see if he will actually be able to carry his team to that. Let me just check what he did last game. Was he in last game? Yes, he was.
He was in a 260.
Yeah, he was. I mean, if you turn the table, he would be on place 3 regarding damage.
Alio is a Alio is a battering ram. His head is shaped like that of a medieval ram to knock down a city's castle from constantly, you know, bashing his head when playing World of Tanks. So now they're utilizing that strength of his to ram him into CSA, and it's, you know, working out quite well so far, actually. Maybe we should try that with you as well.
I mean, yeah, you know, I consider myself more of an enabler. You know, I enable my teams to do that damage, to take the win.
You do.
Also,
you enable your FC to have to take psychology classes after to try and understand the human mind.
I mean, you know, it is just about trading the HP that you have for the information that your FC needs to lead the team to victory. You need those players in your team. Telling you. All right, map video here.
Who are you trying to convince, Keith?
Mostly myself, actually. All right, lineups, Saki. CSA are going to be defending with a 50B. Then they have 4 260s. That is 2 277s, double Chieftain, 1 907, and 5 CSs.
Yeah, and 5 CSs, and then Bounty Key. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 260s. 7 CSs, and a singular Chieftain played by Damley.
All right, CSA not sending the 50B towards the lower side to possibly clip onto the hill. Instead, it's only going to be 1 CS going there and the rest of CSA heading towards the middle. For Bounty, it's quite a different split. A lot of CSs going towards middle together with the Chieftain, all of the 260s together with 1 CS making their way towards the lower side. And Cosmo, why are you committing in if you don't have anyone with you?
I mean, Cosmo is getting the info, Kian. It's a throwaway tank to get the info to be able to pressure the middle. Sem, Papi, Spila, Azde, Yogro, Pika, all going on the hill here. Ondra pushing straight over. They catch Pika, but this is a Mercy-esque strategy. Pika here doing the good play, the smart play. I like it. He's blocking, so the rest of the team from CSA will struggle to get on the hill. Good stuff there from Pika. You like to actually see this. And now CSA is in trouble, Kian. Big trouble, because Lucker now realized that he's all out of luck, he's all out of teammates, and he's all out of HP as he and Fluto get removed. Harry will be following, and CSA here getting caught by Bounty. They tried to do the overpush on the middle, but those 260s, they just too fast. They real fast.
Indeed, Monka speed from those 260s, and now the big problems for CSA aren't over because they cannot really reinforce the hill because the tanks from the Donut would be shooting that approach. And Harry and Combat in that 260 and the 277 respectively, they can't really move because those CSs above them, they're going to be punishing them for every peak that they make. And CSA here, they still have some tanks available, but slowly but surely, Harry and Combat are going to die to Crossfire. They are already 1 gun down. They're already 2k, even 3k HP down here, as that CS on the F1 position got cleaned up here. Also, that is full donut control, and you can see 1 CS is getting rotated for the side of CSA, but I think that one was very low. I believe that was Cosmo.
Yeah, I mean, he is indeed a one-shot, so...
Alright, yeah,
Harry... not going to be achieving much.
Harry taking another shot, possibly from the hill, so...
CSA, the all Bounty has to do is not repush the middle, be smart. Please be smart. I beg you, be smart, and pressure out 1-2. That's all they have to do. That's all. They pressure out 1-2 towards the base of CSA. They cut under the G line with 1 tank as well. And when they do this, I mean, they could also repush Nord if they want to, but that's the harder option. Harry goes down, though. They could repush Nord. Of course, they could do that as well, but you're usually pushing the base with like 3 guys, 2 towards like J2, 1 cutting across the G line. You crossfire all the tanks in the middle. They can't repush 1-2 because you have the hill. The guy at K5 gets spotted, he dies to the hill. So, you know.
All right, Radio Primate in his 260 now getting sent possibly to just create an additional angle on, of crossfire onto Combat. And once that tank is gone, then basically CSA, they've lost complete north control, and then they only have tanks in the middle in a huge crossfire in between the hill and the donut. Ondra taking another shot for his troubles here, even losing his loader, able to repair him, or heal him rather. And you see Cosmo there in the bottom left. He's just he's a one-shot. Yes, he will provide the information, but that's all he would do. Maybe a shot of damage or 2, but if full HP 260s would be booking it down the 1 line, that wouldn't hold for long. And
yeah, Banter not making the greatest trades in the world, though.
I mean, as long as his teammates make up for it by trading onto Combat, it should be fine. Also, once the 260s have gone...
they found an angle on Combat.
Finally, they found an angle. Also, once the 260s would reach K1, then they basically have shots into the middle there, onto the
As a
exposed
famous
CSA tanks.
as a famous FC would say, I mean, famous is a big word, right? But as a famous French FC would say, it's not over till it's over. This one's definitely over.
Yeah, if Banticore doesn't start humongously throwing here, they should be able to close it out. I mean, yeah, Lubor now also on fire, getting caught in the open here, down to 668, and CSA now down 6k HP, and they
they're
don't
pushing out
have
1-2 now.
positions.
And now comes the 1-2 move, which we talked about already earlier. Once the guy at K6, it's going to be kicked by for him once he gets spotted.
Yeah, he is already spotted here in his CS. He's going to go down towards one of these CSs from the hill, actually. And now Unique and Alio, yes, they're going to take some damage. But as you said, Alio just that battering ram with that mentality to go with it.
Hard head.
They are going to be able to go hold down. And now the only thing that Bunty realistically needs to do, right, is just provide spots onto the middle. And then the 260s will find some angles.
Yeah, you and I think that you and Insane are correct, right? No, was it you and Insane?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, you and Insane voted 4-2 for Banty. I voted 4-3. Could have been 4-3 CSA here. This one they got really outplayed hard though. Like the split from Banty was perfect for what CSA was doing. Like there was no recovery point from CSA in the beginning. There was really no. You know, they push over middle, they're too slow because the 260s are there. There's too many CSs on the hill as well to do what they wanted to do.
Yeah, and
so
here's what I'm talking about. Like the 260s, they just have free farm now, even though...
The only possible play that they could have, and it's the only play, and even that would be hard to pull off, would be to take everything and push 1-2. Like every single tank, almost.
All right, so...
And then hope that Banty, the CSs keep driving on the hill.
I mean, the CS is now collapsing down. You can see it from Unique's point of view. It's just tanks from all over just collapsing everywhere. Radim now getting pushed by Radio Primate here. Pushed in the literal sense, as he's probably going to push him down the cliff if he gets to it. But yeah, there is 260s in the base to finish him off.
That is fist secured for Alio.
All right, so bronze fist at least for Alio, and I think... that might be the first ones for Jackafa as well, right? The first bronze ones, because he has like 3 silver ones.
But he's in raid.
Oh, then I take back what I said and I say the opposite. Anyway, that is going to be Bunticore here.
You could have just said, Key, yeah, you're right. If Jackafa wins a game, he's also secured bronze fist, and then you would be correct.
That is going to be a different beast for the game after this, though. I think that's going to be raid against Invil. Anyway, first of all, I think we can take a very quick look at the post-battle stats to basically find out that once again CSA struggled to get their tanks into the 1k damage numbers, but in the end, yeah, it was just that reaction by CSA. They tried to do it, you said it, Mercy-esque, but Pika with his 5-head was able to deduct the win condition by basically
difference is when Mercy did this kind of overpush, it was with 907s, which are still faster.
I mean, 907 Turbo wouldn't be that much slower than CS, I would guess. And you can shoot immediately. You don't have the horrible dispersion that the CS has in speedy mode.
Well, Alio, 780. He got a kill, though. You know? If every person...
932 for him.
If every person in the team gets a kill, all 15, then you will win the game.
That is entirely correct if you're not talking about team kills. But yeah, Ducky, I think that was quite enough from the two of us. Let's see what the analysts have to say about that one.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys, for that first match. And we have the winner, Banty, Moth taking the victory 4-2 over CSA that we are going to be seeing later against Goodnight Nomi in the losers bracket.
Yes, sorry. The tournament bracket, so Banty come out on top in that one. CSA relegated lower bracket. I did predict 4-3 in tiebreaker for them. It could have gone their way, though. They could have won the first Himmels. There was a mistake there. Prokho, they could have won one of those. So, you know, the game seems a lot closer than the scoreline suggests.
Well, to be fair, there were a lot of mistakes from both of those teams, but we're going to be capable of going into details when the replays will be ready. And that being said, second match of the day, Moff, it's going to be Invil against Raid.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. Raid, they haven't won a tournament in a while, so they're trying to come at this one and try and take a victory. Invil, obviously, two-time defending champions. They want to just secure the third time in a row.
It was a really close finals in the last 15v15 clan showdown between the two. It went all the way to the tiebreaker, so I'm very certain that Raid wants to take their revenge in this tournament and possibly straight in the first round they're going to be playing. You can see that we have to say it again in BO7, only the finals are BO9, and later on in the losers bracket BO5 is coming.
Yeah, the best of sevens, because otherwise the games really go on forever. It's best of 9 for the final to really test the map pool that both of the teams have there.
But that being said, Invil, I mean, they were actually very strong in the group stage. In return, Raid not making it to the first place, only going into tiebreaker wins against all of the teams they faced. So what do you think about the group stage? Is it going to be having an impact on that match today?
Yeah, I mean, Invil looked really strong. They got the maximum 9 points from the group 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, so not a single round loss. But this game that we just saw, the first round from Banty wasting absolutely no time at all, just a straight 1-2 push, and CSA didn't really react to it very well.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. Bad reaction from CSA. When you have this tactic, playing mainly on the hill and having few tanks holding the lower side, you have to keep pushing the zero line, get some cap pressure at the north, and actually buy time defending your own base. But you could see CSA, they were hesitating. They actually come down with the 50 Bs to defend instead of pushing the base. And Banty, they had plenty of time to kill a lot of those tanks and pressure the cap themselves.
Cap from the side of CSA. Alio, he does get taken down by them, but he did enough to delay them so that they wouldn't be able to double cap. They had the double 50B from CSA push through into the cap with them, then perhaps Banty would have been under pressure to get back and send someone else to help Alio.
Yeah, next round, CSA with attacking, Banty in the defense. Pretty similar approach, but more thanks about the 1-2 lines for the Banty team. Aggressive push over the 3 line and the donut for CSA, and Banty possibly making the same mistake, Mov.
Yeah, Banty, they've got tank splits. You've got a couple, like 5 or 6 tanks holding the 1-2, and then the rest of them holding the hill. CSA just goes straight through the middle. They do pick up radio. It takes them a bit of time, and they start to peek on towards Tarks. You can see Alio, the first one crossing the double 50B off the screen there, clipping as they cross. And it looks like that Banty are going to have an overmatch as they push into this, but the 279s are very durable, and they have a tank in D4 Chieftain that's going to be able to shoot into that cord.
I think we had a slow reaction from Banty there, to be honest. They had to repush that almost instantly to make it work. So in this scenario, they had, just as CSA should do, the opportunity to push the north base and get some cap pressure. Meanwhile, they will hold their base. So mistake from their side this time. It could be a 1-1 with both teams winning their defense, but they both took the attack.
Yeah, you could say that both rounds should have gone the other way. Next round on Prokho, though, Banty with a very passive hold. We see this all the time, and CSA's reaction is actually the correct one. Send some 907s down and clear these positions here. Stop the STRVs and 907s being able to farm from A6, but the execution from them is not quite there.
I recon 2 mistakes there. Sending 6 907 instead of 4 and not an EBR to clear all the way to A6 was bad, but I was fine because Banty was not just defending this with like a 279 or an STRV at A6, and later on CSA, they actually find like an opportunity to push in the 1-2 lines, taking down the STRV at A1 and putting Banty in a very, very bad position.
Yeah, this is the drawbacks of the 279s, right? Those guys that were sitting in sort of A9, A0 at the start of the game, they went out and cleared the hill, but they were out of the fight for so long, which allowed CSA to initially claw this one back. And Cosmo, you can see he's just sitting in that little tree, which is just providing with enough camera. Unique's trying to go in to get the reset, tanks the shots, and Sem, down to a one-shot, is just able to get the spot in time, and then the STRV of Immensive in the back somehow gets the reset. I'd love to see from his perspective what kind of angle he actually had. It must have just been like a pixel cupola or something.
Yeah, it was a pixel and it was like 6 seconds left, so he had to hit this for his team, and he did it. So Banty was taking the lead, and then on the attack, straight pushing with this 260. You have to mention that Sam dropped instantly with the EBR.
Yeah, good shooting from CSA initially to pick up Sem, and Seago does get a little bit caught here, but the aggression that Banty are taking with all of those 260s, and compared to 907s, they are more durable. They have more HP and they have a bit more armor. I think only Alio went down to about half HP, and this repush in the water though.
Oh boy, sorry to interrupt you, but what a repush from CSA, just straight pushing into the S3AV on the hill, not leaving a chief also to crossfire, just completely abandoning and losing the upper side. Also, this free push with 907, that actually works if you do it straight, but they actually gave time to Banty to just climb with those 260s and get safe. In return, we can say that Banty abandoned the 1-2 lines, and that was a mistake.
Yeah, I love this part at the end though. That all the one-shots, complete charge of the Light Brigade across the open, like the trenches in World War II, one shot after another. And, you know, CSA, they've only got 2 actual combat tanks alive, combat in that chieftain, of course, but they have just about enough to stop Banty from winning this one.
I mean, double EBR left on full HP with all the room of the world to move around the map, so that was just perfect for CSA. Banty making the mistake there. So 2-2 tied on a cliff, and this time better opening from Banty.
Yeah, and then CSA, you can see Cosmo, he was the first CS, and he got caught on the rock there, which kind of messed the rest of his team up, but they all managed to get up, and, you know, they've got 4 CSs under the hill. But you can look at Killer Pit, though. He goes straight over into that hold-down position there, and he makes himself very difficult to kill.
I mean, Daki mentioned it and he was right. One of the only plays CSA possibly had was to repush the 1-2 lines. They were having like some struggle on the hill because they were HP down, taken down. They tried to push around the hill to get the attention from Banty, but they couldn't win the hill in return. So Banty, with a solid defense, actually establishing position and being confident from the start.
Yeah, these last 2 rounds on Cliff, Banty really started to show their extra quality that they had compared to CSA. This last game was super chaotic. CSA were like, should we just go for them? Like, should we just push into their CSs? And there seemed to be a bit confusion about what they should actually do there. And Pika did a very good job of saying, no, you shall not have the hill.
I mean, we heard that it was a bit the way Mercy played. First of all, Mercy was playing with 907s and they would pressure straight the donut, not let them just shoot the middle for free. And second of all, they would not hesitate and straight up push the middle block, the ramp, not let them get up on the hill for free like this. So CSA, they were hesitant, and that's actually how Banty took the lead to take the victory today.
Yeah, Banty, just with that little bit extra quality in the final 2 games, you can see Unique and Alio just pushing into the cap there. The game is essentially over, but they just have to make the correct moves just to clean up the game.
Yeah, good stuff from Banty. Moth. Next, we have probably the most exciting match we can watch today. Invil against Ray, the 2 powerhouses of that tournament. Kian and Daki, we have to hear what you have to say about that. Take it away.
Here we are again, and my eternal battle against the mute button. It does continue this tournament, and
I know how hard it can be, Kian.
yeah, it's like, you know, sometimes when you have a goldfish brain like me, you just forget things, alright? You just forget. You're gonna get to that age, Ducky. Don't worry. We're gonna get there together.
I'm still at least 15 years away from that, so...
We're gonna see. Anyway, we're in for a hell of a treat of a match. It's going to be a repeat of the grand finals from last time, as we are gonna watch Invil battle it out against Raid.
This is not a fair prediction,
Hugely stacked in favor of Invil.
Can we remind everybody that it did go to tiebreaker last tournament? It could have gone really either way.
I mean, Invil is establishing dominance in the 7 tournaments, sort of the reputation, if you know what I mean, carrying over to the.
I would just say that it's more closely matched than 87 against 13 between these two. I would favor Invil as well, of course. I mean, not in the prediction, because I told Monster I had to predict against Invil the whole tournament, so we're gonna do that. But overall, they do have an edge. You could favor them, but it's not that clear, one-sided as it may seem.
All right, so map pick and bans. Live Oaks and Himmelsdorf respectively getting taken out of the equation. Then Ensk immediately getting picked by Invil. Remember, guys, Ensk is one of those 3 maps together with Sand River and also Live Oaks where the sides are switched. So basically the north on Ensk is going to be attacking. Then we have Fisherman's Bay being taken by Raid. Cliff taken out by Invil. Sand River being taken by Raid. And the tiebreaker, if we would get to it, would be Cliff once again.
Yeah, good maps there. Gonna be interesting to see what actually comes out of this, of course. But overall, I'm excited to see how Raid does, how Invil does, how well prepared both these teams are. Because
I mean,
when you are a two-timer, Key,
Mhm.
you know, when you're a two-timer, you know, sometimes maybe the preparation starts slacking a bit. So we have to see if Invil comes into this tournament well prepared.
Are you
of
talking
course.
about your own experiences, or where do you take that expertise from?
I wasn't a two-timer, man. I won so many tournaments in a row, I can't even keep count.
Alright, okay, dude. I mean, you know, the only tournament I ever participated in, I won, so, you know.
On the bench, like reaction.
I mean, win is win. We count those. Alright, predictions. All of us except you going with Invil, Moff and me.
Somebody has to have some faith in Raid here as well, man. Like, what is this?
I guess just the reputation of that Polish powerhouse showing, and Invil now being the Polish clan, regardless, they do pick the German super heavies. Double E100, then we see double E3, 5 cheaps, the rest is 279s.
Raid, though, with the interesting lineup. 705A, Kihan.
The last time
And an
I think that was
SCRV.
picked, it did like 5.5k, right?
We'll have to see where the 705A decides.
And
to
also
go,
the VK72, I think it was Ali last time doing like some 7 or 8k performance even on that one, but I'm very intrigued about what that STRB is going to achieve.
Well, the SRV will be going in K0, Kihan. He is incredibly powerful in K0. Against a zero-line push and even against a base push. Quite powerful as well. Never going to get spotted. Going to be able to lay down the law, if you want to call it that way.
Ooh, alright, so Magical getting tracked here in
Look
the
at that
705.
HP though.
Doesn't really take any damage, but yeah, Invil 40,800 HP here. I think that's the first time ever we see 40k plus.
Yeah, but Raid on the other hand, 38. He had a 38 or 39k HP. You can see where the 705A is going. He's going to be in a really strong position as well, though, Key. Shutting down. Invil likes driving down that rail with the E3. I think the 705A might stop that.
Keep in mind though, if the E3 gets a lucky hit onto the turret of the 705, then he would be able to pen regardless, even if the 705A side scrapes. But yeah, Invil now slowly establishing control over the city. You can see Rexa, Kubash, and there is one more tank there going towards it.
You are not banning the 705A, Key, when you peek him.
Yeah, you need to get lucky with that hit directly beside the gun. That's what you need to hit basically with the E3, otherwise you're not gonna pen. I mean, lucky he does have the big gun in his E100, while Ketsai has the small one, so Ducky could be spamming HE, and yes, indeed, he does start doing that. Invil, I think, first of all, they need to figure out where they can actually approach this. I would say it's a camp by Raid, but obviously a camp with offensive possibilities, like some sort of YOLO camp probably. As soon as they're out of camp, they're just gonna YOLO somewhere, try to snatch up some kills. But yeah, Invil trading better currently, still over 40k. Never mind.
Yeah, I mean,
never mind.
even that HE though, from even that HE against Magical is not going to do too much over this amount of time. I mean, he's lost 400 HP now. We're 2 minutes and 20 seconds in. And he is shutting down that rail where Invil loves driving their E3s down, though.
You're not gonna pick up on my 40k reference. Ay.
Which Warhammer 40k reference?
Exactly. You know, the collab we have right now with the Battle Pass, I tried to... Oh, okay. I tried. Anyway, finally, Invil also starting to lose some HP here, down to 39,600. And indeed, they seem to, right now, not really have a proper idea as to where they want to attack. Obviously, destroying the train cars there does allow you to spot, not necessarily shoot through them. That is why we're seeing the HE by Rexa there, who does take a shot of damage for his troubles. Overall, Invil, I think they have like, what would you say, 2-3 minutes to decide.
More on Ensk, more.
More even? Alright. I mean, yeah,
It's a close map, and you push in the last 3 minutes, you will
catch everyone, you mean?
reach. Yeah.
Okay, T-Shack and Rexa are both rotating while they are spotted. So Raid, they will have an idea as to where that push will hit by Invil, because you don't rotate 2 chiefs over for nothing. Take a look at it as to how long Rexa is spotted. There must be some really nice spotting angles through the train cars right now.
I think it's Magical as well, making some good spots as well, and he's really shutting down that lane IMO where the E3, because Invil's break always was over the 6-7 line key. It was always over the position where Magical is. It always came over there through that angle with the E3s pressuring up and eliminating the crossfire. Now, if the 705A is able to stop that, then it's amazing for Raid.
Alright, we see here now that T-Sec, he's searching for some sort of angle on the 705A, and it seems like he has found one here. Does connect one HE shell, alerting the 705 to his presence, and I think APCR should pen there as well. So the 705A, yeah, indeed, he does get a second shot off. So the 705A...
Magic needs to just reverse a little bit when he's safe.
Yeah, can you shoot between the both of the
those
cars?
wagons are those wagons are solid. Those are solid.
Yeah, he does try to find another angle, doesn't see it. Mentos takes another shot, and Invil, while they were up quite a bit of HP, it's only like 2k now, and they keep bleeding here. I guess Caster Curse, the next shot connects onto one of the tanks from Raid.
I mean, 2k HP advantage for Invil is fine here though for Raid. They're not making the mistakes of peeking 0 line. They are waiting now because they don't want to trade against the E3s from Invil that were on A6, for example. They want to wait, they want to hold, they want to do the damage when they push in. And for now, it seems to be going okay for the side of Raid. I mean, Magical does get penned there by the UN Heiner, so surviving barely. Piotr takes a lot in return for that though, so like it's a trade. But as long as he survives, it's fine. Now they're starting to drive down the rail, though, slowly. Takes another pen, actually gets picked up. I think the crossfire there from T-Sec and the other tanks too strong. And now the 7 line is going to start getting into effect again, though. Minus 705A.
Yeah, exactly. It seems like Invil found the correct tools to take out that linchpin from the Raid tactic. They're now being spotted, but they are pushing up with that double E100. Keep in mind, one of them has the 15cm gun as well as that double E3. And Hannes with a good connection into Ketsai here. But that is a lot of HP and a lot of firepower here being pushed down by Invil. They're going to be able to take a whole lot of positions here. And also on the 0 line, on the green, the Invil tanks are advancing.
Yeah, the Invil tanks are advancing on the green, but I feel like for them, on the green side, the STRV will be the biggest issue if you can actually continuously lay down the law. That's Ali there in that STRV, trying to lay it down. Jakafan needs to be careful, though. Immediately, Piotrix goes down. Now, Kunik, I think, is going to make a shield for Ricochet and Destroyer so they can survive. And you can see Ali is actually connecting a lot of shots, but in the meantime, Raid tanks are losing HP left, right, and center. Not really able to control the angles anymore. Are starting to get crossfired by T-Sec as well in that chieftain from the south. Kunik goes down now. Old Kings can do one more shot of damage, and I think Invil here, maybe too many crossfire angles coming in from them. Timmy now trying to hold the base as well. Invil up 3k HP, 0 line still being held though by the side of Raid, but 4k HP deficit for them to fight against. Down a gun as well. Crossfires left, right, everywhere. Old Kings goes down. Ricochet goes down. And I think Invil still has managed to find their way into this camp, managed to find the break of it.
Yeah, exactly. They are now compromising just every single position that Raid has. And yes, while Ali might be farming still, he's already spotted. He's now down and out of the game. That is a lot of one-shots now for the side of Raid, and Invil just... with that simple push that took out the 705, T-Sec finding that crossfire angle very, very easily in the end. Keep in mind, they've already only lost 1 tank so far, able to completely punish Raid for their camp. 15-1 the final scoreline in between the two of them in this first game here on Ensk, and that was a demonstration of power by the Polish team.
Yeah, good clear there on the 705A. I think he still... I don't know how he died that quickly, though. I think if he stayed further left of the rail, maybe he could have survived longer. Not sure on that regard. But after that, they established so many crossfire angles on towards the Raid tanks that it was really hard for them to hold. You see that double E4 was really struggling to hold the position. They got forced out in the open. Ali there doing 3k in the STRV though, solid in that regard. Magic only doing 1 shot of damage, not what you want to see of that tank. But all in all, like, I mean, Invil kept 14 guns alive throughout that. We're doing very well at breaking position after position, getting the base, getting the crossfire, pressuring zero line but not going too far with it, and then just establishing so many angles that it was really hard for Ray to deal with it.
Yeah, and what was astonishing for me to see was that discipline with which Invil acted in the game that we just saw. Like, not a single tank ever overextended. Yes, Piotrix died, but that was just because they were pushing on the green and he happened to be the tank to get focused out. That was just, you know, not a single tank from Invil went 1 meter further than they were supposed to at the point in time when they were doing a move. That was incredible to watch.
Yeah, it was good. It was very good clear. Good stuff there from them. Ray trying to bring out the passive defense, not working out for them. Invil lucky as well that, well, lucky, good lineup choice with that extra HP, those double E100s as well, very meaty, very heavy. That 40,000 HP, of course, helps them in a break like this because they have more HP to throw against the wall. And it worked out for them. They established really good crossfire, clearing the positions one by one by one. And deservedly so, being 1-0. Now they transition to the defense, though.
They transition to the defense, but knowing them, it might not be as passive of a defense as we saw from Raid just now. They love to get offensive. On ends, that can be sort of hard because the attacker, or the north spawn, they get some very, very disgusting positions in the northwestern and northeastern side, which just provide crossfires, which are very, very hard to dig out. So we'll have to wait and see. The map video already announcing that the next battle is about to be underway.
Yeah, the map video tells us that we are going to get into this one rather soon. I don't indeed think that that Invil will be doing a passive defense per se.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait for the lineups to reveal to us what either team is planning, and then we can just go from there.
Well, the lineups will say. They will tell us almost everything we need to know.
Yeah, I guess here we go. And Invil come in once again with a double E100, double E3. Then they have 4 chieftains this time. I think that's 1 less than last time, if memory serves me right. And
279s.
7 279s, yeah.
Yeah, and Raid 5 chieftains. Triple E3 and the rest 279s, so 7 as well. So they're same on the 279 department. They are 1 down like the heavy tanker department, like E3, E100. So they'll be down a little bit of HP, 1,400 to be exact.
And Invil ramping it up a notch, actually. 41,000 plus HP this time, and we can see
Bone hardening coming into effect.
we can see that they are diverting a lot of tanks towards the city that are immediately gonna push very, very aggressively. Now, Raid, they haven't taken towards the field with a lot of tanks quite yet, so they will have a lot of tanks. You can see the A2 position also taken by one of the 279s. That is the positions that I talked about. So that push by Invil might be met with fierce crossfire by Raid.
Yeah, Raid there kind of making a little bit of a trap, actually. But there is an Invil 279 that's going to go to K9. I don't think he was ever spotted. Ali takes a big connection there. He's going to go behind those buildings to try and survive for as long as he can. Ali now backing off. They're really trying to sell the bait here of we are on the field with a lot. But
yes,
as long as Mentos is there, it's not going to work out for them.
Yeah, so far, Invil not really biting yet. That was a huge shot by Ricochet into the cupola of Call Me Piotr. That is always a throw of the dice if we are going to pen an E3 with an E3. Working out for Ricochet in that regard. But yeah, Invil sort of hesitant now. They established the city, a lot of them got spotted. So Raid, they do know that they're up to something here with the tanks that they have in the city, but we'll just have to wait. Does Invil actually bite the hook here, go in, and possibly loses the game, or do they just let the time run? Because right now, I don't really see why they would need to take action.
No, they don't. They actually don't have to go right now. It has to be Raid that uses those double chieftains in A0 to actually put some pressure on the field to try and get Invil to actually move, because they have the extra tanks on the field. You know, they have double shift and A0, they have magical there as well, and Hannes that's cutting off the cross. So it's 3v2 on that part of the map.
All right, 3 tanks by Raid here now making a go for it on towards the field, one of them taking a shot into his side. And it seems like Piotr and Piotrix are now resorting to AG to chase that pesky E3 away from the window. Oof, Albert taking one on the cross, Old Kings down to 1200. And now it is Raid who are making the first move here, as they are the attacker. They need to dig out Mentors there in the 279, they need to dig out Rexa, and that's basically all the tanks that Invil has here.
Yeah, but Mentos' position there, maybe he has gone to forwards just slightly too much, actually. Ignite coming out from Piotr, though. I think he said Ricochet there on fire in the E3, who's now pulling back as well, and it's a 6,000 HP lead here for the side of Invil. But Mentos, if he goes down,
Mentos is certainly taking a lot of damage, and now Raid here, as you can see in the lower part, nice by the observers, they are starting to make a move through the city, but they will be meeting double 279, one E100 and an E3. DJ Wheat, maybe somewhat of a bad timing here, being rotated away. But yeah, Mentos here still on 1600, so he seems to have found some sort of safe position. Never mind that, once again, Caster Curse coming into the effect. 350 HP to work with now.
Yeah, but there's a big repush here from Invil, though, coming across the field. Mentos goes down towards Albert. You see Itox, Old Kings all bailing out of those positions, trying to establish some sort of a crossfire here. In the meantime, the city repush in full effect for the side of Raid. They're trying to push the city. Invil's trying to push the field. The HP has now actually evened out, but Albert there kind of crossfired, kind of alone as well. Hannes here on the field, closing the distance. Don't know about that one. He's trying to help his buddy Old Kings. Albert actually doing very well at surviving now. Rishek peeking out against Itox. That is just a trade, though. Albert finally goes down towards the guns of Invil, but Raid here into the city part has found an overmatch, really, on Ketsai, on Conrad. They're kind of isolated away from the team, away from their teammates, not able to provide crossfire, support. Ketsai on a 2-shot. He should not be allowed to do another shot of damage here, and he won't. Timmy picks it up. Ali needs to be careful on the outside. Now Raid taking advantage, taking HP lead as well. This city push here for them is working out. They are going to lose the field for the side of Raid. Magical goes down. Hannes there, very healthy as well. Can't forget about that in his E3. Tries to connect the shot, doesn't make it. He needs to be careful now, because if the field dies for the side of Raid, then they will be about even in terms of HP, I think. They still have to kill Monster and DJ, though.
They still have to kill Monster and DJ, and Invil on the other side, they still have to clean up that double chieftain here. Kunik down to a 1-shot, does get picked up. Hannes now getting flanked here. His position completely compromised, and Destroyer, he will just have to sell his life. Yeah, for the maximum price that he can get here. DJ Wheat now getting engaged by Link. Jakifa from the backlines in a 1-shot obviously cannot engage quite yet. 2 crew members by DJ Wheat getting healed, who is now down to 1k. Timmy trying to close the distance here, trying to help his buddy Link. And he should be able to get there just in time, as DJ Wheat... Ooh, that shot by Link didn't connect.
And another shot not connecting here for the side of Raid. I don't know who it was. It was the other 279 next to him. They are going to clean it up, though, and they are still up in HP. Monster, does he get the roll? No, 425. Rolling out average. Timmy now missed that one as well. Timmy, I don't know what's happening here.
Oh, Monster. No, I think he connected it, so Jakifa was able to pick it up here. And now it is going to be... Yeah, I think he was able to connect it into the back.
I mean, at the end of the day,
at the
Raid?
Yeah, Raid up 6.6k.
Up guns?
Yeah, looking good for Raid here.
Mentos, I think, he got baited out of position.
Now, Ricochet here, by the way, he did get his return fire onto Piotr while killing him. He's going to be a thorn in the side of Kubash here. Both of them not really able to one-shot each other, but now Timmy and Smiley, the healthy tanks together with White Rock, are starting to push onto the last tanks that Invil has available here. Pantsfury giving one into the side of White Rock, but in turn Piotrix falling. And I think Raid, after a very, very messy, after a very weird game with isolated engagements taking place both in the city and on the green, should be able to close it out if no incidents happen.
Interesting two-way prone attack, though. I still think that Hannes shouldn't close the distance there in his E3. I think if he stays a little bit further back, it would have been amazing. If he went to C0, it would have been even better, I think. It's like a minor misplay to point out, but imagine if there's an E3 at C0 when they're pushing down the field. Like he does like 3 or 4 more shots of damage. It also depends on how much he did now. I didn't see him do too much. I think if he drove there, it would have been amazing. But yeah, an interesting two-way attack here from Raid, right? Once through the field, and then repressuring the city.
I mean, I guess Raid sort of winning the mind game here.
I still think Mentos got baited out of position. Normally that 279 plays on K8, behind a building. And how it works is very simple.
Ooh, Hannes actually top damage.
Top damage.
655, so...
Well, yeah, it did connect all his shots then.
Alright.
So good stuff from that. I still think C0 would have been better key, but you know, like it doesn't matter if he does 4K, right? But all in all, good damage split here.
Ooh, look who's at the bottom there.
Yeah, well, it's unfortunate. You know, he's a little bit sick. You know, he didn't get his soup. So, you know, that'd be that way. Mentos 400 damage. I want to see, okay, so the way Mentos' position works, right? On K8, K9 even, there's buildings, right? Like the destructible buildings. When you destroy the building, the base of the building does not get destroyed.
Yeah,
right?
let's see how much block damage. Actually, he blocked
3K.
3K.
Still doesn't matter. Like, when he goes behind that building, they take forever to kill him. Forever to kill him. He wouldn't have died to this initial push from Raid.
Alright, after the first map pick though, which was picked by Invil, namely Ensk, this means we are heading 1-1 all even into Raid's map pick, Fisherman's Bay, and I love the diversity of maps we're getting today. Basically, Ensk is once again this close brawl in your face thing. Fisherman's Bay, yes, you do get close brawls in the middle of the map with 279s mostly, but it's also about where you push as attacker, how do you rotate as defender. So it's a lot more about the rotations, and you need to basically need to do them more decisively earlier.
Yeah, Fish Bay is an interesting one though. Between these two, last time around we saw very even games, where Raid arguably even threw one of their Fisherman's Bay. I'll remind it. 5-5-0 Smiley. Between these two, I'm just curious how it's going to play out. We've seen Fisherman's Bay play a bit now. It always kind of the same. I want to see if either of these two teams has something that we haven't really seen yet. Maybe something new, something interesting, some weird split pushes. I don't know. I'm curious to see what they come up with.
Yeah, I mean, we did see some ingenious stuff already in the groups. We did see some very, very nice 279 positioning exactly on the right side there, close to the church here, where the defenders can basically push up a 279 and it's almost impenetrable. Then I think in one of the past tournaments we saw someone or some team even pushing up a 279 onto that black part of the map to basically have an overlook here should the southern team, I think it is, push the city. But yeah, it's mostly a map where immediately both teams will commit some amount of 279s towards the middle to just establish control. Also the 279s from the middle, they can punish into the city area, they can punish onto the 1-2. But yeah, let's have a look at the lineups here. And for Invil, we are going with 1 EBR, 1 E3, double 907, 1 Leo 1, a CS, double Chief, and the rest 279s.
Yeah, Raid on the other hand, 1-1B, great heat pen, great velocity on that tank. If you want the right picked over the Leo, doesn't lose pen over distance either, even though the Leo doesn't lose that much. A CS and EBR, double Chief, and the rest 279s. And Invil defending, so they're going to be splitting up left, right, everywhere, covering all angles.
And interestingly enough, the E3 by Invil getting sent towards the middle, so he's not going to be sniping, he's going to be brawling immediately.
He can go fully hold on and shoot at 279s.
And the E3 actually has the pen to just go through the turret of the 279 even if he chooses to. So yeah, as you said, Invil fanning out everywhere. For Raid, it's much more a commitment towards middle and east, as we can see. And that's CS by Raid, immediately getting spotted in the city, not taking damage yet though.
No, it's just a 9-7 spotting him out. Question is if Raid will push the city straight here, or they're just going to be holding the middle and then trying to do it after or check, taking some damage, getting to position, one shot, 527 taken. But that's also it. Conrad takes one from the 1-1B from 129. Ketsa here.
I mean, on the outside
still
here.
Hold on, I guess.
Yup, he's...
Big shot, 876 immediately.
Oh, not quite hold on, it seems. He takes 2 shots actually. One
He's going to be caught in a crossfire here in a second.
I mean, if he reverses, then the 279s from the middle shouldn't be able to shoot him anymore. But Whiterock immediately taking one more by Ketsai here. And just down and out of the game right there. Ketsai down to 694, so needs to be careful. Actually down to a one-shot, the first one for his team to fall. And in comes the repush for Invil into the city. But they need to be careful. They don't quite have the numbers yet. They should be waiting for Senti and Sokar.
Yeah, Senti and Sokar now, so it's a city overmatch for the side of Invil here that are going to try and put the damage on while the raid tanks are trying to win the middle. But you can see a lot of crossfire there still on the A line from the Invil guys. Double Chieftain and a Leo actually laying down the law onto those guys. And now Destroyer down towards a one-shot. They do start picking up the middle though. Kunik is trying to make a run for it, trying to go as far away as he can, but getting chased down by a 907. It's not going to go that well. 1-2 line in the meantime is also kind of won by Invil. It's 7,000 HP. It's 6,000 HP lead right now for the side of Invil though. Like, I don't know how Raid comes back in this.
Yeah, no, Raid, they are trying to make something work in the middle, but they've just lost everywhere else. You can see those last remainders of the team here. Yes, they managed to secure finally the middle, but what does that help if Invil tanks are basically everywhere and you have crossfires from just about all angles?
I mean, I've seen weirder things happen because 279s are not able to get penned from the city, basically. But they would need to start winning 1-2, and they won't win 1-2 here.
Yeah, the 1-2-1B, I think that's Old Kings. He isn't really able to push because there's a CS in the back. The EBR was able to leave. And now you can see Invil pushing through that city. They're going to generate just more and more angles onto the 279s, and as you can see, yes, frontally the 279 is very hard to pen, especially if he's above you, but as soon as you get to the side, it does become very, very squishy.
Yeah, they're just getting picked apart now in the middle area. I will say though that Fisherman's Bay in general is a very, very defensive biased map most of the time, and so far kind of proving to be that way again.
Yeah, Old Kings now going close towards the CS. I'm not even sure in between both of those tanks who has the reload advantage, but you could already see that behind him there were allied Invil tanks, and now Itox getting caught here. Albert trying to eliminate the crossfire of the 907, but yeah, he's just driving in. He's not going to be able to get anything done here, and now the Leo being pulled by the side of Invil. Old Kings getting one more shot out. But in the grand scheme of things, it's not going to matter, as Invil is once again going to be putting themselves up a spot.
Yeah, up a spot, going to 2-1 here on Fisherman's Bay. Raid trying the city aggression there. For them, unluckily enough, it was a 6v4, so they were never going to win that, so they're forced to play the middle very aggressively. I mean, they did kind of get an E3 for free almost. For free is a big word, but I think Ketsai did maybe 2 shots of damage before he went down. Not really sure what he was doing there. Maybe he was still, drunk from Energy 2000 in Katowice. Good memories himself in that regard. It's possible, you know. I've been there. There's some rough nights there, Key. You know, you never know. Maybe he just missed the middle of the map.
Maybe he just did that. But yeah, first of all, let's take a look how the damage numbers are looking. And we can see, once again, I mean, Whiterock, I guess, got caught out, really. But other than that, it's just that continuously the Invil tanks, they were able to create better overmatches in the city, either that, or they were able to sell themselves for a lot higher price, namely in the middle.
I mean, look at those. Look at the Leo, though. 3k, Panzer Fury, 4k. He was one of the chieftains on the red line. Tisek also still 2k as well. Coming out, those were the red line tanks, and then the 97 Sokar 4k picking up the city very, very easily in a way. They had such a good overmatch there on the city. Raid was forced to pressure the middle so hard. It can always go different if they had more tanks. Bytruck was also the first to 7-9 going city, by the way, and he got tamped by everybody.
Yeah, just
and then he got tamped by the E3. So
yeah, can't really blame him for that one. It was just that Invil seemed to have the right answers for whatever Raid was trying to do, and that once again means that they are up 1 point here in this best of 7. 2-1 the score currently, but we did see that Raid, they do have all that it needs to basically come back here and make it even again on Ensk. We'll see if they will be able to do it on their own map pick. That is Fisherman's Bay, and as you said, the map is pretty defensive favored, and as Raid is going to be defending now, they should be quite confident.
They should be quite confident. I mean, you know, if we go to 2 out of this, it's fine for either team, right? You know, it's fine. You don't want to go down 3-1 though. Looking up against match point, upper bracket, it's not the same as being match point and lower bracket. It's not the same feeling because you know you can recover.
Yeah, exactly. As we are in the upper bracket, basically losing here means 2 things. First, you are not out of the tournament, and second, you have to play a second match today, which you don't really want to do, because first of all, you want to stay in that upper bracket, obviously. And second, you probably don't really want to show more of the tactics that you have prepared. You want to hold on to those.
I mean, yes and no. You also just want to be able to win, you know? Holding back, I disagree with holding back in this kind of match, because you know, if you win it, it's so nice, especially because you relegate Invil to the lower bracket.
Invil coming in now with an EBR and E3 once again, a 2684, very rare tank on Fisherman's at least, 907, 1 CS, a triple chief, and the rest is 279s. I think that's 7 of them.
Yeah, Raid's a more simple of a lineup. 2 chiefs, a 1-1B, a CS, an EBR, and the rest is 279s.
So Raid probably going for that middle control here, and yeah, indeed, we do see a lot of their tanks, a lot of their 279s going towards the middle, the chieftains together with, I think, 3 279s going towards the city. Hannes there trying to exchange a first spot here with mentors. Both of the EBRs
1, 2, 3,
gonna meet
4,
each other.
5 tanks pushing city for Invil. The 268 is coming as well. Against 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Raid. And even city is good for Raid.
Even city is indeed good for Raid, as the spots from the EBRs wear off, so both teams have the info as to how many tanks are going towards the middle. Invil does have an overmatch in the 1-2 line, though, should they choose to take it with this triple chieftain actually in one of the CSs here. There's only the 1-2 on B and the CS that are realistic combat tanks here for the side of Raid on the 1-2 line, but Invil, are they choosing as of yet to advance in the city? No, I don't, because they actually got a spot in the city onto a lot of the tanks here, so that's why they're hesitating.
Well, Catside takes one on the side though from Ali. That's a good connection there. Attila taking one himself. I think that's in the city, right? I think that's Sokar. I'm kind of curious what equipment Sokar is using actually.
I can actually find that out for you. Give me a second. Sokar is using purple optics, CVS.
I knew it. I knew it.
And the purple
he follows the Lord's way. For years and years, the Lord has been proclaiming. What was it again? Optics, CVS,
and the Rema.
That optics and CVS allow you to get spotting where normally you wouldn't be able to get it. And he was right. Because he's outspotting them on both games. Now, you outspotted the CS in the last game as well, actually. Through the bushes. He is a knower, QB explained.
He does indeed seem to have the necessary information and does seem to be relaying it to his team now. Raid, they are rotating double chieftain over the A line. I guess they feel sort of weak there.
I don't know if I like that they're making their city weaker, but...
Then again, they showed the tanks there. Like, the tanks there got spotted, but they didn't get spotted on their rotation. So Invil probably still assuming that they're there. Or at the very best, they don't have info, and they don't know where they are.
Old King's taking a shot of blind fire.
Yeah, not going to be liking that one. But yeah, the double chieftain from Raid has now arrived in A2, so a push by Invil, not really with any, at least on the 1-2 line, not really with the outlook of succeeding there, as now finally Raid has enough guns there. But take a look at the HP bars at the top, Ducky. So far, Invil severely out-trading Raid.
Oh, I mean, Ali took 2 shots, one from E3, one from another. He takes an Ishisha. Attila took 1, Timmy took 1, Old King took 1, and Hannes took 1. Okay.
And on the side of Invil, it's only 2 tanks who took a shot, and actually Mentos there in the exchange with Hannes. He took an APCR, but he was able to return an HE round. So
Still, I mean, it's 1,000 key, 1,300. As soon as Invil push, that's equalized immediately.
Ali now taking one HE shot here, and as of now, Invil seem hesitant. 6 minutes 20 left, but they haven't really made any decisive move. I think I just saw one of the 279s in the city turning around. So that possibly...
Turning towards 1-2.
Yeah, that indicates 1-2 push, certainly.
That means Raid might have a good setup for this. I'm really missing the 279 and 1-2 for Raid, though.
I mean, it all depends as to how much Invil actually rotates. But yeah, with 6 minutes remaining, I think that's the last rotation that we're going to see. Sokar with that CVS in the city obviously going to outspot everyone. White Rock actually taking 700 here. I think that was by Ketsai taking another one. So White Rock currently out in the open for all of the tanks in the middle. Free farm, basically. And Ali also down to 1k. So
I'm not sure what happened to Ali here. Well, it was 1.3 key. It's now 3k.
Yeah. And that 279 rotation that Invil is doing currently, it's not going to get spotted. So in the 1-2 line, yes, Raid are set up, but they need their 279s from the middle to put down the work into the C1 cross.
They will. They probably destroyed all the buildings on B1, but these guys are not going to push 1-2 though. It's only going to be 1, 2, 3, 5 tanks pushing 1-2 and EBR, so 6. Yeah, 5 and 1-2 and EBR, so 6 against 4. The other tanks from Invil are going to push towards Albert and Ali actually along the left-hand side because they're going to make it so they're busy with 1-2. So that the 1-1B can't help the other side.
Yeah, you can already see all of the 279s were turned towards the 1-2, where now the 268 V4 is getting pushed by one of the Chieftains, and double Chieftain there to back it up. Call me Piotr also in the CS there. And finally, Invil starting to make a move over the middle as well.
Yeah, now Hana's running away. That 268 V4 going in first. Invil now pressuring the middle. Lucky immediately taking 1, taking 2, taking a few more. Now the guns from the 279s will have to start turning towards 1-2 though. They're going to have to start doing the damage on the tanks that are pushing in here. Old Kings has to be really careful in that 1-1B. Panzer Fury, they're the first one to get focused. Magical actually in a little bit of a camo spot on A0. You don't see that very often. Now Rexar is trying to push in, trying to get the connection. He doesn't. And now in the middle, the fight's breaking out. Invil's trying to push across that left-hand side. Raid trying to push across their side. Now pressuring away Sokar. Now Piotr jumping in with his CS. I think Magical getting spotted out as well. That will mean that 1-2 will be won by the side of Invil. You would imagine, you would see that coming. And now Invil, Raid, even on HP, the swing across the outside from Raid on the other side, trying to catch those tanks there. Ricochet going down, 1-2 being lost. They need to start getting some kills here. But they can't forget about Sokar, the Thorn in their side.
Exactly. Also, Magical still available in his CS there, alive and kicking, still putting down the hurt, actually getting a kill onto Senti, and now that fight in the middle, that's probably going to decide the game. It's just back and forth everywhere. Ali getting pushed on by one of the 279s. Magical, the last one in A1, still standing. He's going to get cleaned up, and as soon as that's the case, basically Invil and Raid, they will be struggling to get crossfire shots from the outside once again to be able to deny the armor of the 279s. But Invil, 2.5k or 2k HP up right now, and they do still have Monster very, very healthy. They have that E3 that poses that gigantic, ginormous threat to the 279s because it just doesn't care that they have armor. Ketsai able to eliminate Link.
Ketsai eliminate Link, and now the pressure is coming onto the middle of the map. In the meantime, White Rock is pressuring out the south. But I think Invil just did too well at picking off the guns from Raid here, and Raid not well enough at keeping theirs alive, as now Sokar is trying to get shots from Jakafa. But look at the number of the guns. It is 6 tanks from Raid standing against still like 11 from Invil. Just severe lacking in the gun department at this moment in time.
Yeah, you could just see in the middle that flock of tanks from Invil, just too much for the Raid tanks to be able to stand any kind of chance. Sokar, yes, he does get eliminated by White Rock, but in turn, what's happening? Monster picking up another one, and Timmy, White Rock, and Hannes, the only ones left here for Raid, also taking damage now. Timmy down to a one-shot, Hannes down to a one-shot, and Invil in very, very, once again, controlled fashion. Normally, Invil, that team known for its reckless aggression, just in-your-face playstyle, able, with that simple CVS on one of the 907s, able to generate enough information to do the correct rotation, and after that, just win the game off of it.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Ray didn't pull at least 1 or 2 tanks out of the middle, like to reinforce 1-2. I mean, a 279 on A1 would have been amazing, and then the CS on like A4 or something, A5 to create that crossfire if the 279 does get pushed. Is kind of normal if you don't see an immediate middle and city pressure. You pull back maybe 1-279 out of the middle. You put him on the 1-2 line. You have like 3-4 guys there defending. Then the CS doesn't have to be an A1. He can help with the 279s as well that are getting pushed. The 1-1B can help better, and then you have a way better crossfire. So I do think that maybe
Ooh, that
There's a-
E3 by Ketsai, by the way. 4.5k damage. Nice.
and Sokar spotting damage was going to be like 3-4k as well, actually.
We're gonna see in a second. But yeah, that CVS on the 907 really working out. Sokar, well, spotting damage not that much, and
0?
only 2 first spots. So, I guess the continuous spots after that really made it matter then.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they got spotted and then drove out in the open for the other tanks and respotted them themselves. It's possible. But yeah, right there, they could have held on onto this, I think, with a few better positions. I don't think their 1-2 hold was the greatest. I think they didn't utilize the 1-1B to its max potential either. He would have been better on the A line even than this, for sure. So there was that. And I mean, Magical does stop damage. But I think 1-2-7 on A1 or behind the bunker would have added a lot to this defense already. And the 1-1B that's not forced to sit next to that rock where he gets pushed and die. If he can just continuously farm, then he can do a lot. But the push from Invil was good though. You know, you push out 1-2, you make sure that they're distracted in the middle, right? So you take the engagement on the left-hand side. You engage them there. That means that the guns from the middle can't shoot both middle and 1-2. So you're actually able to push out 1-2. Because if you just push 1-2 without pressure on the mid, you just get free farmed, driving through.
Now, Raid dropping its own map here 2-0 after splitting ends means we are at a 3-1 scoreline in a best of 7. Obviously, that means Invil are on match point here.
Match point.
And Raid, they need to win the next 2 rounds to even get to tiebreaker.
Sun River's a hard one.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't like to be in their shoes currently. I would much rather like to be in Invil's place, obviously, at the moment. Sand River, I mentioned it already, but let me just say again, it's one of those maps where the sides are switched. So basically, the east is going to be attacking, the west is going to be defending. What are you expecting going into this? Are you expecting a lot of sort of
K-line
brawls? Yeah, exactly. That was where
Between
I was going to.
I don't know, the time they played, they just did K-line Roomba the whole time.
And I think it was, like, Raid needed 3 or 4 tries to win once against Invil, if memory serves me correctly.
Yes.
Alright, so we do already see the map video, which means we are not too far off the actual game here. I just have to take a quick look as to who's going to be attacking first, and it will be Invil, actually.
Invil attacking first. That's normally the better side, though.
Well, yeah, they will be defending first, so most of all time will be working in their favor.
Invil's defending. I thought you said Invil was attacking first.
Defending, sorry.
So they're playing from the... Yeah, I think so.
Oh.
So they're playing from the arguably worst side. Last time when they played Sand River, they had like Fran, SCRV, all of that stuff. They have more of a normal lineup now. 907, 1 EBR, rest Chieftains times 11. Raid CS, 907, 1 EBR, and the rest Chieftains.
All right. So both of the teams here, realistically, with 14 combat tanks, it's just that basically double 907 on the side of Invil get traded for 1 CS and 1 Chieftain, respectively. That's also why Raid is up ever so slightly in HP. Hanas and Mentos now exchanging spots, but in turn, all of the Invil tanks here in the south getting spotted. That CS getting a lot of first spots. I think that's Ali here. He needs to be careful though, because in the middle there is a flock of medium tanks by Invil approaching his position here. And he should probably either try to run. Yeah, he's trying to run here now. Let's see if he gets double-tracked. Hopefully for him, that's not going to be the case. But Call Me Piotr is on a mission and on the chase.
Yeah, coming Piotr on the chase there now. Raid forced to push forward because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tanks out of the fight here for Invil. But look at the damage that is done immediately. I think Invil here predicting that Raid is going to want to play the K-line here and has set up some dank crossfire for that. Raid is going to be forced to continue pushing all the way without a choice. And that's a big ignite on towards the Raid Chieftains. They're over-peaking. You can see the damage taken. Drakafa actually down and out for that initial push. And Raid now down 4,000 HP already. A great counterplay here from Invil, expecting Raid to play K-line, immediately establishing the middle, establishing the crossfire as well, and making it work, because look at the base, there's nobody left for Raid to defend this one.
Yeah, exactly. Destroyer probably the last one here, together with Hannes in the ABR holding the yellow flag here for Raid, but Raid not really able to make that overmatch on the K-line count. Invil still holding strong there with Chieftains. Yes, they might lose the fight there in the end, but what does Invil get in return? Well, basically everything. The base of Raid is wide open here, and also they have tanks still controlling from the middle, continuously pulling down the herd. This is why this overpush here by Raid isn't really happening, because you see those tanks in the middle that would be able to punish. Yes, Konrad and Orzek are gonna bite the dust here now, but Invil will have the superior position, I would imagine, going out of this one, even though the HP is sort of even.
HP is evening out here, and Hannes is trying to face off against Mentos. Mentos picks up Hannes, though, and now they're going to put Vexar and Senti to try and challenge off against Kunik. But Raid has done pretty well here to even out the game, per se.
Yeah, Raid finally able to clean out the chieftains that Invil had sent towards the southern side. Now Raid just need to make do with what they have. That is the K-line, so that's pretty good for them. Now Aladdin and Albert are going to be facing off against DJ here. And Rexa and Senti are going to make their way towards Kunik and Attic. Well, they need to be careful, though. They cannot go too close, because if Atti and Kunik both overpeak and possibly even pull Itox into the fray, that would be 2 easy kills for the side of Raid.
I mean, Raid is also sending more chieftains back now, though. I don't know how much HP that chieftain has. Itox is going to go over here. Attila needs to be careful. He does not have fuel tanks. And on the chieftain, that means fuel tank fire immediately when he gets hit in the back. Same for Albert, by the way.
And Senti and Rexa are recognizing they could get pushed up.
This doesn't do anything for Senti and Vexar. Like, I mean, they run away, but...
Ooh, good shot by Attiquel. They're actually into the side of Senti, and now Mentos realizing...
What does this do? What does running into this hole do?
Well, the thing is, they were too close. They were too close. That's why they went away. Now Mentos there with actually an aggressive push on towards the Chieftains does go down for it. This is completely disjointed by Indel.
I mean, DJ in the meantime is making short work of F1 apparently, dominating in that area. But in return, this push here from Invil, where they looked so good in the beginning, this is disjointed. I mean, Mentos going in, dying. Now the rest of his team following. And what looked to be such a beautiful start for Invil has now turned around once more, because the overpush at the end of the day for Raid did start working out. Attila better pick up that shot. I don't know about this overpeak from him. It's going to cost him, because he's now Amorak. Monster is going to give one, put him on fire. I did say about the fuel tanks on the Chieftain. Kunik is now having to be careful with this chase, because he can get crossfired by Lucky. And now Kunik seems to be fine. Lucky takes one from behind. Kunik picks it up. Good stuff there from the Hungarian Chieftain player picking it up. And now Invil left with 3 tanks.
Invil left with 3 tanks and Raid left with 5, and also 5.5 minutes to work with here. DJ must have done some crazy gaming, by the way, in that F1 position. He was basically facing off 1v2. Yes, he had Call Me Piotr in the 907 supporting him, but like there was 2 pretty healthy chieftains approaching him. I think one of them was Albert, who's still alive, and I think the other one was Aladdin, who now bit the dust, and DJ is still on basically a 2-shot. So good stuff here from him. And Invil now sort of reshuffling. They're going to give up a lot of ground here to try to buy time. And it is going to be Lucky who will have to make the plays here with his 1600 HP.
Bro, this looks really cool at all.
I'm trying to keep the action going, you know.
World of Tanks is a game of numbers, Key. Alright? So it works like this. If you have less HP, you need better positions. Do they have this? No. If you have less tanks, you need more HP. Do they have this? No.
Nah.
You need either positions or HP. They don't have HP, they don't have positions.
Yeah, the only thing they have is basically the time.
Is Copium a fresh supply from Drakafa, who's hoping that they make it past this, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Imagine,
maybe they just opened a fresh canister.
I'm gonna do my impression right now, okay? Because Drakafa got focused when they pushed. Man, I'm so unlucky, man. Why do they all shoot me, dude? Why do they all shoot me? So unlucky, dude. Opium.
They will be pushing into 2 guns though. Like Lucky will be able to get some shots, DJ will be able to get some shots, and Piotr will be able to run away if the situation dictates it.
I don't know, Key. I'm a believer, but I'm not that much of a believer.
Does Piotr have shots onto basically C2, C3 if they push like up there?
If they push Lucky, but the issue is they don't have to push Lucky.
All right.
Because
so
Lucky's position.
Piotr is aware though of
Lucky's
Himming.
position Lucky's position, right? In that rock where you see him, right? There's a gap where you can shoot towards F1, but the issue is when you have to peek to shoot the gap, you have to overpeek.
Now Albert and White Rock both dumping behind Smiley. Actually, Smiley only taking one into the viewport here, not taking damage with it, and Albert going to be the one pushing now. Lucky will have to fight tooth and nail to keep that one alive, but Albert, he doesn't really need to commit at the moment, to be honest, because there is Cap going on behind him. White Rock taking one more shot though. But yeah, Raid 2.4k HP up against Invil here. Lucky now taking 1, taking 2, able to return fire into White Rock.
Lucky dies on the drop. Oh no, he lives for that.
He does live, but yeah, Albert is going to put that nail into the coffin. And now DJ is a one-shot, Piotr is a one-shot. And Raid, once again, struggling a lot here, same as the second game on Ensk, but in the end, they will be able to bring it home. Barely.
Barely works for them. Invil started off so well, dude. Like with a really good counterplay. They started off so well. They got a CS half HP. They got a 907 after. Even got Hannes in his EBR. They got like 1 or 2 chieftains for free. They really were kind of missing F1 in this, I feel like, to just do like 5k damage for free. Because DJ was forced to run away at some point. If they had one guy F1, he would have farmed as well when they overpushed. I mean, started off really well. Ray did correct thing by pushing through, but I really thought they were down and out. They got owned kind of hard when they went over the first dip. And then when they pushed past, all the chieftains from Invil over peaked. They killed Drakafa. Unlucky, RNG, unfortunate. And then...
Yeah, I think where it really went wrong was that disjointed situation in the east.
You know what they also... You know what Invil also completely forgot about in the east? When they took the hole, not a single one of them went into K0.
Oh yeah, true.
Not a single one of them went into K0. They had 2 907s and 2 chieftains and an EBR key. They had time to drive a chieftain to J0, right? Behind the dune there, right? They had time to drive a chieftain into K0, and they had time to put a 907 behind the rock on the red line, you know, with the bush, and start the cap. They had time for all of this.
Yeah, but they didn't do any of it. And then
they
also
didn't do any of it.
Like Mentos driving in there, basically enabling the Chiefs to get a free salvo onto him, and then his allies weren't even there. But yeah, DJ obviously also gaming with his 5k, but it wasn't enough. Raid able to defeat the first match point that Invil had here. Now the sides are going to be switched. It's going to be Raid attacking, so time is going to be in favor of Invil in this one. But yeah, 3-2 the current scoreline.
And possibility to go to a tiebreaker here as well if Raid can pick it up. I mean, it is hard to play from that side on defense, though. It is hard.
Yeah. I mean, it is hard, but we've seen other teams do it.
We've seen it.
And also, like, Invil is... I mean, I currently consider them to be the best active 15v15 team on the server, so...
What do you mean? Me and my 14 French homies are still active, dude. Reaction, Steinops, Lexa, Verui, we just turned his flag around. And then we picked the 10 random 3PX members, dude.
Alright.
On y va.
And you're gonna then stomp Invil, or what?
Yes, we're gonna make a cup. We're gonna call it the International Cup for French people.
Ah, alright. Yeah.
It's for French people living abroad or in France. It's international, but not really international.
Did you get some of the supply from Jackathar?
No, that man needs all of it.
All right. Anyway, enough of that. We see the map video here. It is the upper bracket here. It's going to be Invil against Raid. Current score 3-2, best of 7, meaning Invil is on match point currently. So Raid will have to do everything. They have to fight tooth and nail to stay in this one here to avoid being relegated to the lower bracket immediately. Invil will be defending now. They were just unable to convert their attack. And Invil defending, they are doing so with 1 EBR, double 907, 1 CS, and the rest is going to be 11 chieftains.
Yeah, Raid on the defense with double 907, SCS, and EBR, and rest chiefs. Key. Raid defending.
True. True. All right, Invil sending a lot of tanks towards the bottom side. Mentos being sent to, through the middle in his EBR here, or rather middle/north, is going to try to get some info. He's going to be met with Hannes/Ali, who are in their EBR and CS respectively, getting sent towards the north, together with 1 chieftain middle here for Raid and double 907.
Yeah, and double 907 is CS north, but that CS is going to have to face off against 2 tanks. Hannes even takes 1 shot of damage there, and there's triple chieftain from Invil just sitting and chilling there on that corner, and the Invil chieftains are just driving straight through the outside actually to dump into the hole. Piotr leading the charge even. Interesting movement there from both these teams, and now Invil pressuring the middle. They're kind of staying on the outside. There's some confusion going on. Confusion of the highest order even, it seems like, as now Piotr is the only one into the dip. He gets pushed, he gets dunked, slam dunked even by all of the tanks from Raid, and now Invil re-pushing back into the hole again. They're up in HP. This is good for Invil, I would say, because look at them. They're just speaking freely up and over. Now Panzer Fury is going to get pushed by Old Kings and Ricochet, but look at the damage. So again, already Invil up 4k HP at this point. They baited Piotr into the hole, but like, look at what the result of this is. Piotr down, but at what cost? At what cost for the side of Raid? They have lost now already 1/3 of their team. They do get Panzer Fury, but there's no crossfire from the middle.
Yeah, exactly, and you can see the Invil tanks here reshuffling to basically get the better crossfires also in the middle here. Raid losing Kunik down to 471, and I think, to be honest, Piotr, that was actually a planned bait with the 907 for Raid to push on, just so that Invil could peek freely with all of their chieftains, because the guns by Raid, they would be turned towards the 907.
I'm not sure if it was intentional, because they looked hesitant. Like they were like going and then stopped.
Yeah, maybe that was exactly the plan, you know? Try to make Raid think that they're hesitant, but in turn you just put the Uno reverse card. You say like, call an ambulance, but not for me.
Look at that though, Link, White Shock, like 2 dead guys and a dead driver.
Yeah.
I don't think they have medkits either. But Invil there coming out swinging. I mean, Piotr goes down. I think Raid there making the mistake of potentially dumping into the hole with too many tanks. Because they went with almost everybody. I mean, Invil was winning the middle though. Like,
yeah, they needed to make something.
If you look at the trade here, trade for trade. I mean, they didn't win on K-line. They could have played it better. But the double 907 and CS was always going to lose against the CS, and was it 3 chieftains? I think for the side of Invil, they were always going to lose against
with
that.
the upper plate bounce onto Monster.
I mean, he doesn't have a gunner, he doesn't have a driver, and Invil deservedly so, picking it up 4-2, moving on to their match against Bantikor. That's going to be tomorrow, if I'm not wrong. No?
Yeah, Invil is going to play Bantikor tomorrow, and
yeah,
I think Raid is going to play either Goodnight Nomi or Abuba later. I think it's going to be Goodnight Nomi, but yeah, the final score is going to be...
I'm pretty convinced too.
The final score is going to be 4-2, and you know what that means?
That means that you were right.
2 out of 2 predictions so far today.
Congratulations.
All right, so Link, yeah, trying to do what he can, but 5k damage, not enough. And honestly, I think Piotr was trying to bait Raid here, because there is that, like that, in that ditch, there is like this small dune in behind which you can be sort of safe. And you saw that the chieftains from Raid, they needed to completely get around him to properly eliminate him.
Yeah, I just think they dumped in with too many. I think it's weird. Like, you have to think on the fly, right? Like, really on the fly, what needs to happen there. When you spot this, what I think needs to happen for Raid is you jump the hole. It's so hard to pull up. Okay, listen, this is hindsight 2020, right? So you jump the hole with like 3 key, right? You pressure to the red line with 1 max to go kill Panzer Fury, right? Because everything was spotted, and everybody else comes to find the Invil tanks on the corner. Hold on against hold on, and then you can establish crossfire. But they would still lose the middle, so I don't know if they would have won even.
Yeah, exactly. Since Invil was winning the middle so heavily, they needed to make whatever they were doing on the K line. Basically, they needed to do it fast. But I think there are 2 people eagerly awaiting to tell us how exactly Raid should have played that one, as we're going to be heading over to our lovely analysts, Insane and Moth.
Thanks a lot, guys, for that second match of the day, and Moth, a convincing victory for the Polish team Invil, taking it to the finals of the winners bracket. It will be against Banty tomorrow.
Yeah, Invil coming through that one, I think my prediction was correct, so I managed to redeem myself from the 4-3 CSA prediction earlier, but I don't think any of us were really surprised that Invil came through that one. They're the favorites to win the tournament from the beginning. Dominant group stage as well, and they will get to go and play against Tilt tomorrow, which is a rematch from the group stage where they already stomped them 3-0, so again they will be favorites tomorrow.
All right, after those 2 matches, we have the 2 matches from the losers bracket in a BO5. The first one is going to be CSA against Goodnight Nomi, the Czech team against the Polish team. What's your take on that?
I'm not really sure, to be honest. Goodnight Nomi making a second consecutive appearance in the finals, so that's very good from them. I don't know whether they'll be able to match against CSA. CSA definitely looked like they kind of fell away in the matches against Banty, but maybe Goodnight Nomi just about come out on top.
All right. Anyways, Moth, I think it's time to take a look at the replays of the past match we just have seen between Invil and Raid. We were starting that match on Ensk, and that was Raid on the defense, Invil on the attack.
Yeah, Raid going for a very passive hold. We've seen this, something we've seen quite a few times, but they did change it up a bit. 705A moving into a slightly different position from Magical there, but very passive hold from the start by Raid.
I think that was a very beautiful way to attack from the side of Invil. They will drop a total of 1 tank only at the end of that round, and that was really solid the way they were pressuring all the angles and getting those crossfires.
Yeah, it just seemed like a sort of collective swarm. They just slowly closed the net around all the Raid tanks, and once those positions don't really start working out for you, this is how a camp fails, right? Once you break those initial positions, then you're able to just get the crossfires. STRV in the back from Ali, he does a decent job there, just being able to pick away at the tanks on the 0 line, but it's not enough to carry the team.
Raid was relying a lot on that 705A around the rails area, but there is a crossfire from a chieftain from Invil, and this push at the end, taking him down pretty fast, finding the opening for that defense to break it. Good stuff from the Polish team to start.
Yeah, it was a very dominant round. You can see, look at the HP spread as well. Pretty much everyone was low HP and only Piotrek went down. This game, though, Invil on the defensive side, but going very aggressive in the city, taking a lot of key positions. But Raid recognizing that Invil have overcommitted into the city somewhat and that they can actually go back across to the field. Albert and Old Kings take a little bit of damage, but it's necessary to secure positions.
That was interesting the way Invil played that, but I think they just made a mistake on the rotation, keeping too much tanks in the city and actually allowing Raid to repush here and pick up a lot of kills. Those Ihundas, those 279s. In return, they're winning the green side, but they're bleeding too much HP up here, and Raid with the great repush up here, not winning the green, but taking the win in the city.
Yeah, I think Raid kind of put Invil into an uncomfortable situation. They made the field play, and it's like, okay, do you want to hold the field? You're going to have to rotate more tanks back, but it's really tough to know how many tanks you should rotate back because you don't want to leave the city unprotected either. And in the end, Raid just able to get the overmatch everywhere on the map.
I think they could have almost rotated everything and go passive defensive position around the KJ line. But anyway, next up, Fisherman's Bait, that very solid defense from Invil. They've played that already in the group stage, Moth, and Raid not finding the way to break it.
Yeah, it started off like kind of a weird one. Ketsai, the first one to fall down, or one of the first ones to fall there, got caught out in the open in his E3. Raid pushing into the city here, they get crossfired, Sokka peeking from behind with the 907. Attila doesn't know which way to look.
Well, solid defense from Invil, good reactions. They're possibly losing the mid, but you could see those 3 tanks of the A line covering it, and in return they're winning the 1-2 lines, they're winning the 7, 8, 9 lines in the city. So solid defense, 6k HP up, domination in the defense.
Yeah, Raid pretty much played into their hands there, did exactly what Invil wanted to do. You can see Albert trying to make something happen, but he's in a 3-way crossfire. Old King's getting pushed on now as well, and this game was pretty much done at this point.
So yeah, convincing defense from the side of Invil, and then next up was the time for Raid to defend themselves, but I think Morph, that's too much tanks on the middle to make it efficient. No one on the A-line to cover the mid.
Yeah, when they have so many tanks controlling the middle, you can't protect the city or the 1-2 line, so Invil able to recognize that. You can see Rexar pushing down in the 268v4, still on full HP, very difficult to pen that tank when it's on the move, and they were just able to push across there because they're putting so much pressure on the middle. Normally the Raid tanks would just shoot across onto 1-2 line and protect those tanks in the 1-2, but they're being so pressured in the middle that they just can't support them.
Yeah, like you mentioned it, you could have possibly 279 at A1 to actually live longer and do possibly more damage, and there were like very few tanks of CS, Double Chief, the 1-to-1 being not very useful up here. Leo might have been better to just rotate to A5 and farm the middle, and Invil, that was a really great and solid push. That was probably one of the best way they could break that defense, pushing the 1-2 and taking control over the middle, and you could see at that point 3k, 4k HP up, regaining the control over the kill line. Also the HP spread, really good from the side of Invil.
Yeah, it was another very convincing round from them. You can see what they're doing. It's very methodical the way they're working. These, like, the rounds that they're winning they're not super panicky. They're just making the plays that they want to make. And then we go on towards Sand River. Call me Piotr going straight in. Ali zooming away in his CS63, just about gets out of that one, but he does fall later on in the battle.
I think this round was interesting. Solid attack from the side of Invil, surprising Raid with the triple 907 pressuring the mid straight, but I probably recon a mistake here. Invil committing with all of their tanks around the JK line. They could have a bit more tanks in the back, like J2, F1, like they committed with almost everything, and in return they're not capable of winning the trades here. They are dying from the tanks of Raid, and Raid has enough time to actually get back their base, as you can see with the triple chief. So Invil actually making a huge mistake here.
Yeah, we can say that Invil maybe lost this game more than Raid perhaps won it. I mean, Raid did a good job in the brawl, but
yeah,
if Invil had positioned their tanks better, then there's no way that Raid should really win this. And this was quite funny at the end. They're just all stuck in the low ground. Mentis is like, guys, I'm distracting them. You can push. And they're not even close to supporting.
I think Mantis was pretty clueless there in his EBR suiciding, probably making his teammates upset, but anyway, Raid took that round. That was needed because it was already match point for Invil. And next up, Moth Invil was on the attack, Raid on the defense, and that was really interesting, that bait with the 907.
Yeah, Invil doing something that we're seeing a little bit more frequently these days. Instead of staying on the K line with all of your chieftains, you actually go towards the outside, and Piotr just sitting there in the little dip. He completely baited the side of Raid. They all pushed in, Smiley getting overpeaked, and Invil just a complete tactical outplay there.
The key there for Invil is to actually win the trades on the middle. You could see like all of those things on the outside, they're exposed towards the middle, but that triple chief that CS that EV are capable of actually winning the trades here and taking the victory over Raid. 3k HP up, they managed to live pretty long here, going back to create again crossfire. Good stuff, solid attack from the side of Invil.
Yeah, it's a really nice strategy actually, because you push, when you play over the middle, you almost force Raid to do exactly what they didn't want to do. They didn't really have any other choice, because if they stayed on the outside, they'd get farmed, and if they go in, maybe that bounce at the end, that was
Copium.
Yeah,
Copium.
Yeah, that was not fun.
Yeah, he was probably molding after that shot, but anyway. Good stuff, Moth from Invil, the Polish team, moving to the finals of the winners bracket. It's going to be tomorrow against Banty. But next up, Moth, is the first match of the losers bracket, CSA against Goodnight, Nomi. And once more, it's time to hear what Kian and Daki have to say. Guys, take it away.
Once again, Moth, Insane, thank you for that insightful analysis, both of you. And yeah, you already set us up. We're going to be heading into the next match here. It's going to be CSA against Goodnight Nomi. So it is going to be a Czech against Polish teams. What are we expecting from this one?
Goodnight Nomi is an interesting one. Really. They didn't do that well in groups, obviously, because they ended up in the bottom half.
And again, I think they were in the Invil group. So basically, well, Invil takes first, and then it is basically a free-for-all for spots 2 and 3.
Still, though. Prediction-wise, I'm going to say that CSA wins this 4-2. I don't know. No, if it's best of 5.
Best of 5, yeah.
3-1 for CSA.
3-1. I went with a 3-2 actually for CSA, but then again, Goodnight Nomi, no slouches. There's a reason they are in the playoffs here. So we'll have to see. I think both of the teams can take the win here. CSA, for me, personal gut feeling, the team with more potential. It's just that they need to get rid of that slow play, which they love doing so much. They need to be more aggressive, and if they execute their push as well, I think they can take the victory. If they fall into that control CSA-esque kind of pattern, then I think Goodnight Nomi is going to take it. So for me personally, it mostly depends on how CSA plays it.
Like I said, it's curious, Goodnight Nomi. Sometimes they do some really good stuff, and they did really well in 7v7. Again, multiple times now. In 15v15, they haven't really found that amazing.
Yeah, so watching them in groups, it sort of felt like they had some very interesting, very good, very effective openings, but then once that opening was done and it didn't immediately secure them the win, they sort of failed on doing the right rotations. We see here the community predictions slightly in favor of CSA, but to be honest, this one's anyone's game. And taking a look at the lineups, yeah, I mean, the CSA, they don't need to be introduced anymore. We did that already today. Goodnight Nomi, that's also a lot of very, very known names, at least in the competitive scene.
Yeah, I mean, player-wise, I don't think either of the team outskills the other one in player skill, or like outskills them. It's gonna be down to tactics, and I'm not sure again like what to expect from Goodnight Nomi. I feel like if they put on the aggression, if they put on the pace, they could catch CSA in a bad place. For when it comes to races, CSA is more of a marathon kind of runner for their pace. If Goodnight Nomi takes it fast, I always feel like a team that takes CSA aggressive but coordinated aggressive well and not dumb aggressive has the upper hand over them, and I want them to prove me different.
All right, map pick and bans here. We do see Cliff and Moravanka respectively getting taken out. Then the map we just saw, Sand River, gonna get replayed. Himmelsdorf being picked by CSA. They played that one already today. Live Oaks, Proko, and Fisherman's all taken out, as this is a best of 5, obviously, and then Ensk remaining as the tiebreaker, possibly.
Yeah, well, if you look at the maps that are... The CSA has a choice, right, for the tiebreaker. So, Nomi bans Proko, yeah. So then there's 2 maps left, if you CSA. You ban Ensk, you go into Fisherman's Bay as a tiebreaker. You know yourself as well, we saw it. I mean, Invil won their defense, and Raid could have won it as well, even while not having the best of positions. So that you could see the bias of the map shine through a little bit. So they will always go to Ensk. It's like a no-brainer. If you have to pick between a map where you're guaranteed that you're probably gonna lose your attack, or you're gonna go to a map like Ensk where you can win on both sides, you go to Ensk.
Especially since you can't be sure, basically, that you will be the
you
one
will get to
getting
pick
the faster attack. So yeah, map video, once again, it's going to be Sand River, but I don't expect both of the teams to be as K-line focused as we just saw. Predictions coming in, and it is basically completely split. Yes, the two of us do agree that CSA is going to win, but over at the analyst's desk, both of them going with a 3-2 for Goodnight Nomi.
Well, we'll see, Keyhand. Castors against analysts. Who have it?
Well, we're gonna find out very soon. Same goes for the lineups. Goodnight Nomi here coming in with 1 EBR, 1 STRV, 1 CS. Then we have triple 279, and that leaves us 9 chieftains.
Yeah, 9 chieftains, indeed. CSA with a fairly more straightforward lineup. 1 CS, 1 EBR. How many chieftains is that, Key?
That is 13. As long as it doesn't go over 20, you know, I can still use both.
You can still count it with your fingers, okay? I'm going to teach you a little trick how to count with your fingers, right?
Mm-hmm.
As soon as it goes over 20, you just use one hand. It's like, you can't go past 25, so like you put up 2 fingers per 10, and then you can count up to 25. 26 doesn't work anymore unless you start using your toes, though.
I mean, the problem remains that there's 30 tanks on the map, right? But yeah, we still see Seago here getting that early spotting information onto the CS, the double 279, and the Chieftain as well. So quite a lot of information.
Mineros is boosted up on that little hill there. We don't see that often. I don't know how to do it personally myself. I need to learn this. But it does elevate your angle into a better position. You can see Mineros already having a good time, a jolly old time in his STRV, getting, I think, 1 or 2 shots for free. And it's only a limited K-line commit here from Goodnight Nomi. Basically, they want CSA to push this. They want them to drive into the majority of their team.
Yeah, Sakalito now obviously the captain of his team, also the FC, being the exemplary force to push the furthest, sort of, as we saw before. If Goodnight Nomi tries to collapse on him, he will serve sort of as bait. But Goodnight Nomi, they're actually opting for a different approach, concentrating some forces in the north here to possibly push that, even though they did take quite some punishment onto one of their chieftains here. But yeah, CSA currently... Oh, that STRV getting in the work. Lucker down to 814. I actually didn't know that the STRV can even shoot into the ditch here. So good stuff by Goodnight Nomi. Good stuff from Mineros in particular.
I mean, CSA is defending, though, so they have that going for them. It's about the only thing they have going for them right now. They don't really have any node control. They have no K-line control. And the worrying part here, Key, comes from what stops Goodnight Nomi from taking the rest of their hit squad and simply driving down the K-line with all the chieftains. What stops them? What stops them from this?
Currently not a lot. You can see Mineros there shaking his crosshair a little bit as he isn't really getting the connections he wants. Finally, though, one of them does hit for 425. So that STRV position really coming in handy. You can see him, he's already down at 2.4k damage dealt here. And CSA, because of this, are forced to do something which
if Mineros gets spotted here.
Ooh,
Lucker goes down, though, towards Sokol.
And already the chieftains by CSA are spotted, and this is forcing Mineros off the angle here. Has to drop down, takes 1 shot, but will get away mostly unscathed if the chieftains don't manage to catch him.
Yeah, I mean, he falls back. He already paid so much for his position. So, an incredibly high amount.
All right,
and now
CSA
is grouping up towards the K-line, actually. And Kapfa going straight up and over into Sokol. CSA has had enough. They don't want to deal with this anymore. They're tired of just getting shot from all angles. And they're going to try and make a push, a big push here. Peeking over, Marcel Carroll trying to hold on for dear life. CSA, if they can clean this up, if they can pick up this pocket, it might be possible to hold on. Nalo maybe going a little bit too far, Will going down, but they didn't push into Marcel and Carroll.
Marcel and Carroll still holding strong there, but the HP, they do tell the tale. Like 8k difference currently. Goodnight Nomi certainly holding strong. Marcel still alive on a 1-shot. Radim also only on 23 HP, but the problem for CSA is they cannot make their superior numbers work that they have in the K-line because there is just so many guns trained at them. And now the Goodnight Nomi repush here in the middle is going to find 3 more kills. Nalo, Golda, and soon Harry to follow to the graves here. And Goodnight Nomi on their attack with a simple STRV boost, able to completely unravel whatever plan CSA was trying to execute.
This is where you need plan B to kick into action for CSA. Sadly, I don't think there was a plan B. You need to, you go K-line. What happens if they aren't fully contesting it? What do we do then? And they didn't know. They didn't seem to have the answer at that moment in time. I mean, Lucker getting spotted out, it was his own fault, Key. You want to know why Lucker got spotted and farmed to begin with? because he sat within proxy range of Sokol. Kapfa was on the exact same position as Lucker, by the way, but backed off early.
Yeah, now we do see basically the Goodnight Nomi team just coming in for the cleanup.
What's like a typical Czech dish, Kian?
Goulash, I guess, with knedlíček, so that's dumplings.
Isn't goulash like Hungarian?
There's also a lot of like Czech goulash.
Is there? I didn't know. I'm just wondering. Because somebody spilled goulash and it needs to be cleaned up right now. No more doing
that was
doing exactly that.
Definitely a cleanup on ILK here by the side of Goodnight Nomi, and very, very convincingly putting their first point on the board here in this best of 5. And there might not seem to be such a big difference in between best of 5 and best of 7, but to be honest, going up 1-0 and now,
I think the difference between best of 5 and best of 7.
All right, yeah, I know. It's just, one more round that you need to win.
In my humble opinion, the match could go 2 rounds longer.
That is entirely true.
Kihan, did you know that if every tank on CSA loses their HP in damage received from the enemy team, they lose the game?
These simple truths, Ducky. Why did you hold on so long with them? Why didn't you bless us earlier with your wisdom?
I've become a little bit of a philosopher myself in recent times in memory. Good stuff there from Aneros. I don't think he did too much later on, so majority of that damage was in the beginning.
Yeah, he did like 2.4, and then CSA started pushing middle, so he probably did like 2 more shots then. So he would be at around 3, maybe a bit more K of damage, but the damage towards CSA, as you said, it had been done. There was no gaining back the HP
Radim
anymore.
1 shot, Saka 1 shot, Lucker 1 shot, Nalo 1 shot, Will 2 shot, Kremlitz 2
And those are all the
Doesn't
chieftains that basically had the overmatch. Like CSA, they had more tanks in the south, and that is where they weren't able to even do more than 1 shot of damage on their tanks.
They want to do this push, they had to do it from the beginning, Key, almost. Because they would have just had the extra HP, they would have... The thing is, and I think Nomi doesn't consider this as a factor, but I consider it as a major downside to their strat. If CSA doesn't stop and just jumps the 3 guys on K-line, almost straight, like they just keep going and they just jump them, CSA will lose 4 tanks. Maybe 5, right? Maybe 5, but those 3 will be dead. And once you don't have any more K-line control, it's not that easy to just get it back.
Yeah, but that didn't happen, so CSA... I guess Goodnight Nomi, they had that good thing going for them, where they probably assumed that CSA wasn't going to do anything rash right from the start of the game. So they opted for that slower attack, and CSA, they just took the bait, lost so much HP, and then... yeah, as I said, they couldn't convert their numerical advantage on the lower side. They were getting slaughtered on the upper side and the middle. And just like that, Goodnight Nomi making it seem like a really easy win. We'll see if they can repeat that, as the lineups are very easily explained. It's an EBR for each, it's a CS on each side, and 13 chieftains to go with it.
Yeah, 13 chieftains to go with it. CSA also mirror lineup, both the team mirror matchup, Key. Complete mirror. It's like you can, if you go look in the mirror, you see yourself.
Yes, I like doing that.
Really?
All right, Goodnight Nomi sending a lot of chieftains towards that middle area. Meanwhile, CSA keeping 2 of them in the base, EBR and CS respectively going north. And those chieftains, they're all getting spotted. Good spot once again by Seagull.
But the CSA team needs to react to this. They need to... usually you need to repush middle, almost straight to clear the middle here. That's what we see a lot of teams do. 1, 2, 3, 5 times driving down. Usually you repush middle straight here. They're giving up a lot of map control here. And the reason why usually you need to repush middle is because these tanks can, 1, leave the middle. They can also, 2, you see where Maneros is going, go far right over there. And when that happens, when they do that, they can crossfire Lucker and Golder. You can see they're not stopping. Good from Nomi. Very good. He went straight into the dip over. They take some shots, but now CSA is already cut in half. CS is isolated. EBR is isolated. Golder, Lucker, dead. I mean, Camilo goes down. I don't know where that was, though. To be honest.
And to be honest, Golder and Lucker, they can't really be shot from the middle here, so they'll sort of make some last stand approach here, I guess, against
But
those.
how did Camilo goes down, and how is the other guy a one-shot?
They took a lot of damage for the crossing, but the thing is, as soon as Karl takes that A0 position and doesn't get proxy spotted, that is where Lacke and Golda's position gets compromised. They actually take a lot of damage right now. Manio somewhere on the map going down as well.
Middle, F6.
And yeah, CSA able to secure themselves a 5k HP lead here.
Babux needs to go north, because they need to kill Flirtoman and Sigo somehow.
Alright, finally
and
the shots are coming in from the A0 positions onto Golda and Lacke here. So that's something.
Yeah, but they need another tank there. Look at CSA grouping up in 1-2 line. Okay, this was good, really good from Nomi in the beginning. A little bit too little tanks on the north to actually push off the CS and the EBR, because now they're safe and 2 under. Gives CSA a lot of time to push out F1.
And they're not going to be meeting a lot of resistance there. Yes, Marcel and Twist, I guess, from the middle can crossfire. Also Jiki there in his cheeky chieftain. But yeah, Jordan already spotted. I think CSA is just waiting until everyone's there and they have amassed enough, you know, motivation to do that final push here. Lacke and Golda, those are the low tanks here for CSA currently, but now Minairos getting counter-pushed here by Lubor, Trundorf, and Combat here. That is 3 tanks, and he's a 3-shot, so that means Minairos is going to go down. That is 3 unanswered kills for the side of CSA that are now also pushing that one line.
Yeah, now they're pushing up the one line, and this is bad for Nomi right now, because Jordan will not hold this, Jiki will not hold this, and CSA has plenty of tanks to start the cap. Now Nomi is forced to make an overcommitment. Commit everywhere. Left, right, everywhere. They have to push. They don't have a choice. They need to go in. They need to pick Combat. They need to pick Trandorf. They need to pick Kaprak there and kill him and start capping, because CSA, they're going to be down in HP maybe, potentially, at some point. But the cap pressure, the triple cap pressure is going to break out, so they can be down 10,000 HP. If there's nobody to reset, it's not going to matter.
Yeah, exactly. The EBR now scrambling to get towards that cap. Same can be said for the Chieftain in H3, but Jordan, he does get one more reset into Harry, so good stuff for him, but that's probably all she wrote for Jordan, as he's probably the next one on the chopping
block
block here.
Yet from Goodnight Nomi yet,
yeah, no cap pressure. They're putting all their eggs in one basket as Trundorf is getting set on fire, but that is triple cap pressure here for CSA.
Ziki might get a reset here though. Ziki might get a reset in his Chieftain, and there's also a sneaky little EBR just egg behind them. He should get another reset
here.
5k
HP up though for CSA that are down in tanks, admittedly. Nice, good shot from Justek into the cap. That is going to buy a bit more time, and now Nalo is going to go onto the CS here. CSA saying, actually, screw this. Let's go onto the enemy tanks. Let's push them, and let's get a few more kills here, as they knew that the EBR would get infinite resets from behind. Pabu getting rammed, getting killed by Nalo, and now CSA here with 7k HP up. They just need to clean up the tanks that Goodnight Nomi still has.
It's going to be clean up for CSA, normally speaking, because they will be back. It took so long for Nomi to clear the north, to then push into the middle, clear that, clear zero line. It all takes such a long amount of time that CSA is just able to drive back across the middle, and are going to be able to get plenty of resets as well, because they still have that Chieftain on the K line. And yeah, it's interesting. I really didn't see how those 2 Chieftains from Goodnight Nomi took so much damage so fast. I did see that, you know, the Nords, you know, Sigo and the CS were a big issue actually for Goodnight Nomi, because they didn't have the tanks required to push it. They had the CS and EBR themselves, but you can't push 2 against 2 and expect to win it.
I mean, yeah, Goodnight Nomi, they are capping, but it's not going to be enough, as, yeah, Solo, I guess, behind the wreck, trying to stay safe. But Will already here. Solo gets reset. Miko, the same can be said for him. And now CSA just going in for the kill sweep here. The EBR, the only tank remaining for Goodnight Nomi. The only question remaining to be answered is going to be, is it going to be cap or kill? And as the EBR is driving towards the cap, it seems to be kill.
Yeah, it seems to be kill here for the side of CSA. They are attacking though, so I mean, you know, time on an attack is important, but at the same time, I think there'll be a faster round than either of these Sun Rivers we saw. So he's gonna go in, might get a reset onto Ondra. He will. Ondra gets one back. He might ram him. No, goes around.
I mean, he does get the reset, so...
And boom.
Oh.
Never mind.
I guess the CSA guys expended their aim onto...
At least 3 people in Twitch chat right now are like, That happens to me all the time, man. When I shoot out the wheels of an EBR, it does nothing.
Mm.
Yeah,
Why would
that
you
often
shoot at the wheels though when you can just shoot at the hull and deal damage?
You're completely missing the point. You know, Kihan, there's the point, and then there's
Are you showing right now where the point is missing me?
If this is the point, you just went like this. You just completely past it. You didn't even try to stop it. You just went past it. And your GPS is telling you that you have to take the next exit and turn around.
That was a German humor, by the way. I'm not sure if you noticed that, but I'm trying my best. We'll see.
I don't think anybody notices German humor. That's the whole problem with it.
All right, dude. All right. Anyway, Manio and Camillo, the two guys I think to go down in the middle, both of them with 0 damage. They were at the stone in the middle. The observers showed it later on, and I think they just got spotted and they had nowhere to stay safe because I think the CS was laying crossfire from the northeast, and they had the double chieftain in the base. Also, you had tanks close by CSA, just keeping them perma-spot.
Yeah, Fleur did 2.5k though in that position, and Sigo didn't really do anything. It was mainly the guys from the base then, together with the K-line. I mean, yeah, I mean, when you do something like it's plan B, right, for both these teams, there needs to be, like, you know, when I know we didn't expect the CS and the EBR to be there, but I think the CS was spotted in the beginning though.
Not sure actually, because the EBR peaked and then the EBR got a lot of info, and I think the CS was able to sort of stay unspotted because of that. But yeah, that is Sand River down and over with, which means we are heading towards the second map in this best of 5. Second map. This one was actually Goodnight Nomi's map pick, so now CSA can show off once again what they're capable of on Himmelsdorf.
We saw them against Bounty Corps. It wasn't bad. I mean, I'd say that their defense? Yeah, their defense wasn't all it, right? But neither was Bounty Corps. Their attack was good though.
Their attack was good, and also I think the Bounty Corps attack sort of, I don't want to say countered, but it had a lot going for it to how CSA was defending.
Yeah, but
yeah, we'll just have to wait and see, because CSA picking that.
I mean, CSA. On one hand, I agree, but I think that CSA doing it to themselves, that Bounty Corps lineup outplays them, because when you see that amount of Chiefs and 279s, it's almost always some sort of lower push. I'd say 95% of the time.
Yeah, then again, you cannot completely give up the west, because then the attacker will be able to put tanks behind that church and start capping, and then you need to suicide in if you weren't able to secure some cross shots somewhere else on the map. But CSA picking Himmelsdorf clearly indicates to me that they are, first of all, very confident in their Himmelsdorf, and second of all, they did split it earlier, so now they are saying we can go 2-0 because we recognize what mistakes we made, and we'll just eliminate those now.
Let's see what they decide to change. Double 50B, 1 CS, 5 chieftains, the rest 279s for the side of CSA. Goodnight Nomi, 1, 2 CSs, only 4, 1, 2, 3, 6 chieftains, and 6 more 279s.
That is, yeah, we'll have to see how that one stacks up against the other team. Obviously, CSA with that double 50B should be gaining priority over the hill. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they will actually send them there. You can also form a trap in like 2-3 line, 8 line, but most of the time the 50Bs should be going towards hill.
Yeah, more often than not the 50Bs go hill, but we saw them push lower side with it before though. CSA with kind of a similar split as they had last time against Bounty Corps, but the biggest difference here being more tanks on the hill. Way more tanks on the hill for them.
However, Goodnight Nomi in that 8 line, they have a lot of tanks grouped up there that are immediately starting to push. Meanwhile, CSA on the 2 line, they're sort of doing the same thing they did earlier that we saw in their attack. However, this time Goodnight Nomi with a lot of tanks in that 8 line should be able to even overrun Sakalito if they choose to. They could also just give crossfire onto Golda and Trandorf, and I think Sakalito, my guy, you should have run earlier.
Yeah, Sakalito there definitely had to run earlier, but you know, you got a little bit surprised by this Goodnight Nomi push, but here comes CSA, the Czech horde, reinforcing the 8 line locking down those Goodnight Nomi tanks. Kremlech combat now coming from the outside as well. They probably should have gone from the lane where Will is. If you see where Will is, that's a better lane of approach for a 50B, because those tanks are still hold down from the side of Goodnight Nomi. But I mean, CSA, they're decimating this. This Goodnight Nomi play down the 8 line, expecting CSA to not rotate on time or to be fully 1-2, because you know, if they were coming hill, they can always come back, right? And now Goodnight Nomi is forced to do what no team wants to do. It's a desperation push. It's when you have to go, because there is no other way out of this one. You have to go forward. You have to try and hope that you outplay them on personal skill, but it's not working so far. Nano falls, but in return they get Zuza. Kozma is in good position. Combat Kremlech are currently clipping, reloading, trying to get back into the game here when they can. Harry is going to go down, and it's 4k HP between the two. And if Goodnight Nomi was, but in a miracle, you know, way able to win this, there's potential there. I mean, Twist is winning the hill. HP is getting even. Maybe we wrote him out a little bit too early.
Yeah, the HP still slightly in CSA's favor. Now Karl here, the one closest to the CSA tanks in that G-line engagement. Now finally Jiki also coming, and it seems to me like actually the 8-line push sort of worked out. They're gonna catch probably even Combat here, who has to make it around the corner to live. Will is gonna come. Combat actually goes down in that 50B, and this means that Goodnight Nomi have more guns now, but the HP lead is still there for CSA. 5k here. That E4 putting in a humongous shot into Trandorf, but I think it's going to be too little, too late. Skrmelet's probably going to be off reload soon. Should be able to finish off Jordan. There we go. Cosmo not even really touched here, and there is 1400 HP for Goodnight Nomi that are still sat somewhere else, not on the hill anymore, as the CS finally coming down, but he wasn't really contributing his HP into the fight. He doesn't have armor to save his HP from getting taken away. And CSA, with almost a copy pasta of what we saw before, able to claim once more an attack on Himmelsdorf.
Yeah, good hold there from CSA towards this 8-line pressure, and Goodnight Nomi seemed confused to what to do. I mean, the better option I think for them was just to continuously push the whole time, you know, because they pushed later on anyways. What did they change pushing after 1 minute of fighting in the 8 line and losing more than CSA did instead of pushing straight?
I think they were sort of hoping to get something done somewhere else on the map, and as soon as that hope
is a bad thing to rely on.
Yeah, I was saying as soon as that hope didn't manifest itself in actual gain, then they were like, well, guess we gotta go, boys.
Kian, did we predict CSA or Goodnight Nomi? We predicted CSA, right?
We predicted CSA, I believe, yes.
Good.
So now if CSA wins, you're going to be completely correct, because I think you went with a 3-1, I went with a 3-2. But yeah, here we see the damage numbers, and Cosmo, that last tank in the 8 line there, just completely dominating with over 5k damage and 2 kills to his name.
Good stuff there from Cosmo, coming out under as well. I mean, the damage very, very well split across the CSA lineup this time around.
And both of the 50Bs basically able to get out 2 clips. I think they fired 15, 15, 14. So both of them, I guess, worth the pick.
Yeah, the CSs from Nomi did a lot for this kind of game on Himmels.
I guess they were continuously able to farm onto the tanks in the courtyard and like in the G line, where CSA had their push with the 279s going. But really where this game got decided was that this 8 line push for Nomi just completely didn't work out, because CSA, they had everyone in position, and I think this game is less close if Sakalito runs on time. Like, yeah, he did. You do see it sort of late, but
you gotta this is hindsight as well, Gihan. As a player, you know, sometimes you miss 1 or 2 seconds, and that 1 or 2 seconds is your window to run. And then you're like, okay, it's better to just sit and maybe do something.
But yeah, CSA is able to for the first time in this match to take the lead here, 2-1, and as it's a best of 5, obviously that means match point. So now the pressure is on for the Polish team, because one more misstep, and as they started off in the lower bracket here, then they would be out. So no more holding back for them. They need to make this one count.
They do. But I wouldn't write Nomi out just yet. You know, they went blow for blow on Sun River as well. There's no reason why they couldn't on Himmelsdorf. Or CSA could surprise us and actually, you know, move somewhere in the tournament. I'd be happy for it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I am always happy for more games of World of Tanks to be talked about. So hopefully Goodnight Nomi picks up this round and we get to the tiebreaker. We'll see. Anyway, lineups. We do see CSA once again with that double B. Then we have 1 CS, we have 5 279s, and that leaves 7 chieftains.
Yeah, 7 chieftains there, so not too shabby whatsoever. Nomi again with the double CS. A lot of chieftains for them though. A lot, because it's only 5 279s.
Mm-hmm. So, indicating probably some presence on the hill here for either team, to be honest. That double B might want to go to the hill. On the other side, double CS might want to go together with its 50B. And Goodnight Nomi on their attack. It's do or die for them, and this is a hill strategy if I've ever seen one.
This is definitely a hill strategy, and this is a hill strategy that is done with 279s that have HP and turbo. And the reason why that's interesting, Key, is because as an FC, when you look at the HP of a tank, you can usually tell if they have turbo or if they have HP on the 279. Because people play only one of the two.
CSA
but I think
now
these
completely
279s
turning around, by the way.
I think these tanks have both. Yeah, this is good from CSA. They see no pressure on the lower side. And what I complained about, I think it was in groups or qualies, I said they are way too slow in pushing out 1-2 when there's no pressure. Way too slow. Now, this time around, they are actually fast enough to push out 1-2.
Ooh, Seago here needs to be careful to not take any shots whatsoever. You can see how fast those 279s become if they get boosted by CSs, but I think Seago should make it out if that's not some lucky hit somewhere into his backside. But no, he does make it out completely. Jiki taking, actually 2 here. I think that was even was it an AG connection in his back?
Was from Radev.
Yeah, was 503, but those 2 tanks here, they are the bulwark that Goodnight Nomi has here to be able to generate resets off the cap. Obviously, CSA is aware that this position exists, so it's just about how they choose to defend here. They don't drive in towards the cap of Goodnight Nomi, instead reshuffling a bit, sending a few tanks back. The CS, yes, it gets sent north, but in turn double 279 rotating south again. And Goodnight Nomi, I think their play sort of got read a bit.
You think so? I mean, it's okay though for them at the same time. When you play, when you play from Goodnight Nomi's position, right? And I think I talked with this with Saka about it as well. When you play from Goodnight Nomi's position, you play against it like if the enemy was camping.
Alright, so Goodnight Nomi realizing CSA is not taking the bait, now pushing out. And this might actually hurt CSA, because we saw the double 279 rotating away. This in turn means that Golda doesn't really have any kind of backup. Seago, yes, he is there, but he will also get overpushed. Goodnight Nomi doing the correct play, biting the bullet here, taking the damage on the cross, even losing Carol in the process, but now they should be able to single out Golda and kill Seago at the same time, while retaking the hangar position.
It depends on how fast CSA here can make another repush down 1-2, or just repush their own cap. I don't know if this was the Goodnight Nomi play that I would have gone for personally. They are starting to make it work in terms of HP, in terms of tanks. They will soon be making it work as well as Harry here. Harry is going to be focused out by the guns. He's surviving barely. And now comes the crossfire from CSA. Goodnight Nomi here. They may have made this move slightly prematurely. I mean, they were winning 1-2 ammo rack. That's why you use config, but he wanted the turbo and the config and the HP. He gets punished for it. Now CSA not stopping, continuing to push, and now they're trying to get overmatches left, right, anywhere. Solo there can angle up a little bit. They should just kill Just Egg around the corner, and they're doing just that, picking him up. Now Nomi tried to overrun 1-2, but it's going to be hard for them. It's going to take a while. Still triple 279 defending that. If CSA can clean up their own gap here, they can make this work. Sakalito there, getting a shield potentially. Oh, the miss from Solo towards the Capola. And now Cosmo, Nalo, and Crossfire as well. This man is in trouble. This man needs a friend. This man needs more than a friend, because CSA right now is battering Nomi. And they're up HP, they're up guns as well, Key.
Yeah, CSA right now battering Nomi into submission here as it stands. 4k HP up in guns, and they did defend their own base. Now it's up to Nomi to basically pick off the stragglers from CSA that can be found all over the map here. Flirtamon getting one more shot into Manio's back here is gonna get picked up by Zuza. Trandorf probably the next one here, but we can already see in the back Cosmo, Nalo, Lucker, all of the chieftains from CSA there to defend Trandorf, to make it as costly as possible to pick him up. He's gonna...
There's the crossfire though.
he's gonna get one more shot into Camilo while being reduced to a one-shot himself. Lucker, ooh, does he get a shot into it here? Trandorf now finally falling. Pabu, ooh, probably able to get the hold down here. So the HP sort of equalizing, and actually Goodnight Nomi, they have more guns to work with.
Yeah, Nomi actually cleaning up 1-2 lines, swinging it back a little bit yet again, because Will is not winning the hill right now. I mean, the CS needs to be careful though, because that's a full HP CS from Pan. There is a 50B coming from combat with 4 shells. Miku goes down towards Lucker. The CS should pick up Will. Nalo following to the grave as well. Combat now peeking out. I think he gave 1 to Pan, but Pan getting around the corner, getting safe. Kremlich now repushing the hill as well. And this game is as close to the wire as it can get. The only 2 people with HP here is Twist and Pan in their respective CSs. That gives them a lot of mobility to work with, though. If Twist now drives back towards the hill, he'll probably make it up before the CSA tanks.
There is double B going towards the hill, though. Karmelets here. Ooh, nice shot by Pschütz, I guess, into the 50B. But now he had to give up the angle. And the thing is, Karmelets, he's not really a one-shot here, so yeah. These...
But he does 2 more shots at least. Like, this is like Pan should do 1 more here against Combat.
He decides not to do it, actually. And Combat once again...
but he's chilling, though.
Yeah.
He's chilling.
He's playing that very, very well here.
They're gonna use this Twist CS as a bothering ram on some part of the map. I mean, he's spotted though.
He's spotted on his rotation, and there is Lucker lurking with like 1700 HP. Also, Ondra coming towards the G line now, as he knows that the hill probably is not going to be as much of a threat currently as the CS on the hill.
But he takes one from Ziki. He takes one from Ziki though, in that hold on position. And they're starting to lose some HP. Nice shot from Lucker, though.
Nice shot from Lucker, and now they have to push that K-line. One shot into Twist is going to secure that. He's only a 2-shot here. Cosmo reversing back into that little alleyway there here. Does get another shot into Twist, and this is crucial because Twist cannot push Sakalito now anymore. Cosmo, will he get another one off? Ooh, Combat with the 50B onto Manio, and now Cosmo with the pickup onto Twist. This is disastrous here, what's happening on the K-line, as Lucker is the one to pick up Marcel, and all of a sudden Goodnight Nomi find themselves in a terrible situation with 1400 HP, make that 900 remaining, and only 3 tanks.
So much time for Goodnight Nomi. I don't know why they tried to do this K-line thing. I feel like Twist could have gone to the hill with his friend in the CS, Pan, to kill those 50Bs or pressure them off, hold 1-2. They have everything spotted. Every angle was covered. If they went over the hill with those 2 tanks, maybe one more, they had time for it. It was still 4 minutes when they started moving. They had time for this. Combat coming in clutch though, saving there. Definitely saving.
Yep. Combat there, also still 2 shells remaining, but I expect him to go on reload soon. And now we can see the CS. He does get one more nice shot into Lucker, but the problems for Goodnight Nomi, they are still there. They are paramount. They are existing basically everywhere. One more nice shot by the CS into the 50B, but not a high roll. So Karmelets is gonna lock in the 3rd victory in this match here for CSA, meaning Goodnight Nomi are unfortunately out of the tournament, and we have to say congratulations to CSA to making it basically one step further, but not really in the lower bracket finals yet.
Yeah, also means Stan, the casting desk, correct with their predictions of the winning team. One of them correct. Wait, we said CSA was going to win.
Exactly, and you said even 3-1, so congrats to you.
Yeah, I mean, I said the team, Kia. I didn't say the score. I was being nice to you.
Credit where credit is due, and credit also is
There's
due.
some credits due on my account, Kihan. Can you send those over?
I think you have to contact my boss for that. Ikibu is your contact for that one. But yeah, Harry certainly did not carry in this game here. He was the one to get focused out in the repush onto the cap, but in the end, gigantic performance here from Combat.
Yeah, I can just say that I think Goodnight Nomi tackled this the wrong way, and I don't know why. Insane can probably touch on it in like a minute or so or less. Why on earth does Nomi try to repush 1-2? He can explain it to you. There is no purpose to it. When you're in Goodnight Nomi's position, when you have the hill, when you have your base and you can spot from the window what more is crossing towards 1-2, you can retake the D line, you can retake the G line, you can get advanced positions into the courtyard, and you play against it like if CSA was hard camping including 1-2 line. You don't repush into 1-2 line, you don't care about it, it's irrelevant. You take position, and you break it like you would break a regular hard cap.
All right, before we get too much into the analyst business, though, let's see it from the actual analysts that are Insane and Moff.
Yeah, well, thanks, guys, and congratulations to CSA. Moving to the next round of the losers bracket, and Moff, like they said, we have to say goodbye to Goodnight Nomi.
Yeah, Goodnight Nomi. I thought that maybe they could come up with something to overcome CSA, but unfortunately that's not the case for them, and so hopefully we'll see them next time.
I mean, I think we have seen a lot of mistakes again during that match, possibly costing a lot for the Polish team. CSA is alive. It's good to see them actually reaching that stage of the tournament. Hopefully they're going to be doing good tomorrow, because they're going to be facing either Raid or Abuba, the next match coming up, Moff.
Yeah, Raid better be licking their wounds from the battle against Invil. Abuba is up next, and I'm really excited to see what they can do in this tournament.
I mean, Raid, we know they are one of the solid teams we have in the 15v15 tournaments. Abuba, though, I mean...
untested.
Yeah, well, their group stage was not the greatest, if I can say so. This is a team like with a lot of like international players, but their leadership is in Russian, so I don't know how it's gonna be working out. But hopefully we're gonna have a nice match.
I think that's probably going to be the biggest challenge facing them, is the cohesiveness with all the different kind of groups of people that you have in the team. You've got the Russians, and then you've got people like Shokish from the old Fame team, and then you have some other Polish people in there as well, and some people that can speak Russian in that team as well, so they have to do a bit of translating.
I mean, according to Shokish, the preparation wasn't the greatest, the involvement wasn't the greatest neither, just like the past tournament when those Russian leaders played with the Fame. So I hope that we're gonna still see a good fight, because for sure Raid prepared and is ready.
Yeah, I think Raid is going to provide a good benchmark for them to see. I mean, they've only got one round of a benchmark to see if they're going to stay in the tournament. This start of the game, though, Mineros boosting up here. I'm not sure if he can do that on his own, because I didn't see anyone else helping him. But he was able to farm a lot of damage. We cut later into the battle, though, where CSA tried to make a push through the middle of the map, and they tried to push on the K-line simultaneously, but Nomi have all the positions covered at the moment.
I mean, Goodnight Nomi, with all of these things covering, you just need to look at the HPs. Good job from them, just holding off that push from the Czech team, taking a lot of free damage on those tanks. It was already 6k HP up at this point. And you have to mention something, Muff. All of those teams, they're on the defense, but they're always attacking.
Yeah, it's kind of unusual. Goodnight Nomi, they're on the attack, but they end up being the ones that are passive, and CSA are pushing into them, and it's flipped the other direction in the next game. But CSA, I think Daki touched on it, it's like you go for this K-line brawl because it's sort of the typical Sand River game, right? You just go K-line with all of your chieftains, and then maybe just being a bit clueless as to what to do if they don't actually fight you on the K-line.
That's correct. Next up, Goodnight Nomi went on the defense, and they were also just pushing. Interesting way to push, but those two chiefs on the middle, pretty exposed from the base and from the KJ line, Moff.
Yeah, Goodnight Nomi, they did something similar in this exact same position, except with 279s, and they died last time, and they died with double chief this time. So maybe they need to stop trying to make that position work, or maybe they'll just dig their heels in and go for it next time. But that push through the middle was super unorthodox. CSA eventually just over pushing on towards the base, only Jordan being the defender there, so a nice easy win for CSA there.
Yeah, that was easy. They just had to stabilize the game, and next up, push over the 1-2 lines to actually attack and capture that base from Goodnight Nomi. At the end, Goodnight Nomi left with 2-3 players against all of those things from CSA. That was a pretty easy round from CSA, you have to say.
Yep, Sand River goes 1-1. On to the next round, and Goodnight Nomi, but well, both teams even, with this aggression. Goodnight Nomi almost confused as they drive down the banana, and then CSA, they're sending tanks in the opposite direction. They push on towards Sakalita, but you can see CSA, they've already rotated the tanks in from the hill, and they've got multiple layers of defense here. and the push does come in eventually.
I think there's an issue from the side of Goodnight Nomi. The shooting was not on point. You could see those things leave for so long. Lucker in his 279. You had the double B from CSA having the opportunity to make like 2 or 3 clips before watching that fight end. So, to be fair, Goodnight Nomi with a pretty standard push, but hesitant and not penning their shots, so CSA with the punishment.
Yeah, CSA just able to punish them for the mistakes there. I imagine that the front runners in the Goodnight Nomi team with that push, they're like, okay, I'm the first guy, I'll just go past, everyone else will deal with it. And then the guy that's left behind at the back is in a 1v1 with a 279, just completely abandoned by his team.
And then next up, Moth CSA on the defense. They actually saw that there were no aggressions from the side of Goodnight Nomi, so they decided to abandon the hill, which is pretty fine, I'd say. But I don't like that hold they did. But Goodnight Nomi literally offering that win. They retake the 1-2-3 lines. They see no tanks from CSA, and at the same time, they push that base with that limited amount of tanks. They're just giving CSA the perfect repush there.
Yeah, a huge mistake from Nomi there. They did retake the north, and they looked like they're in good positions, and then suddenly it cut to the south, and it's like, wait, what? They're capping. What? Why are they doing this? And CSA just given an opportunity to re-push back into their own base.
Yeah, I think that CSA were in trouble, but Goodnight Nomi with a huge mistake. At the end, you could see that desperate push and the good crossfire and cohesion between Cosmo and Sakalito actually managing to win those trades of the kill line, and CSA Moth taking the victory and moving to the next round of the losers bracket.
Yeah, CSA, in the end, it actually was quite convincing, some of those rounds. But Goodnight Nomi, I'm sure they'll be back because, this is the second consecutive appearance in the finals of this, and they definitely want to go further. They got Bronze Fist last time, so I'm sure we'll see them come again.
Yeah, well, thanks for Goodnight Nomi for trying. You will have another opportunity in a few months again. And now, Moth, we're waiting for the last match of the day. It's a BO5 between Raid and Abuba. And once more, one last time, Kian and Daki, take it away.
Well, hello there and welcome at the Castors desk. And yeah, we're in for the last match of the day. It's gonna be a Raid that we saw earlier, having to basically give the win to Invil. And now they're facing off against sort of a new kid on the block, a team that had high expectations put into it, because there is a lot of very, very known names, I would say, Daki.
Yeah, a lot of very known names. In this Raid team, I think no introduction needed. On the Abuba side, a lot of high-end players that people may know. Some people that were in Banter's team as well. Fly, Horse, I think Positive as well, and joined by the likes of Hakir, Yosi. We saw them in 7v7s as well, Polish players, and a lot of just individually skilled players.
Individually, certainly they are very, very skilled. However, I would say in their group, they sort of didn't meet expectations, I don't think, as they went third. That's where they're starting in the lower bracket, and immediately having to face off against Raid, the grand finalists of last time. That is going to be no easy feat for them.
Bro, their group stage was a disaster for Abuba.
I didn't want to say it, but yeah, it was.
It was an absolute disaster. They made it through at one point, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, so...
And only because Tens had 0.
I think Tens had 1 and they had 2, and basically
Did
the
they?
only... Yeah, they went to tiebreaker against Tens and won there. Basically, the only points both of those teams made were against each other.
You're right. Yeah, well, doesn't make it any better, though.
All right. No, it certainly doesn't. Yeah, so basically that group was Tens and Abuba played on a completely different level, but not in a positive way.
You said earlier, when I was talking about Goodnight Nomi, that they were in the group of Invil. They weren't. They were in the CSA Raid group, and they took third in that one. Together with Copium.
Yeah. Those obviously getting knocked out in the group stage. Anyway, let's go to the maps.
What are you trying to say with that, huh?
That Copium wasn't able to go to playoffs, and deservedly so, I would say.
Moro as first map here. From some insider info, Abuba not too happy with Moro. Or at least Shokish isn't too happy with Moro. They feel good on Ensk, though.
Otherwise, they wouldn't pick it, obviously. Then Proko, Fisher, and Sand River getting taken out of the equation. And then Cliff, once again, basically 50-50 map for the tiebreaker. So, as you have this inside information that Moro is not Shockish's map, do you think they're just going to try some YOLO strats?
I don't know, I think he means it for the team, you know, he said they weren't really good on Muro.
So does this mean we're going to see some sort of YOLOs because they can't play the long game, or... yeah, what do you see? Oh, okay. I guess predictions, all of us agree that Raid are the... Together with the community, actually, that Raid are the vast favorites going into this one. I was actually considering going for a 3-0, but then I thought, nah, Abuba is individually just too skilled to not even pick up one round.
Well, we'll see about this one, Keyhand, to be honest. Abuba, lineup, 2279, WBR, Breast Chieftains, times 10, Raid.
And for Raid, we do have double EBR, then a Badger, not uncommon on Morovanka, then we do have 8 Chieftains, and the rest is 4279s.
So lineup-wise, basically the same, except for this Badger and one extra 279.
Also, I'm being informed that there is going to be a restart. Talking about the Badger, though, that would probably indicate that Raid is defending, right?
I mean, unless it's Killer Pit in the team, then you could play it on both sides.
Oh, Ducky waking up and choosing violence, I see.
The big believer, Killer Pit, in the 279. In the Badger, sorry. Yeah, Badger kind of tells you could use it on attack, but later on it's just a tank that can't push, that can't do anything. So it's mainly used as a defensive pick.
Yeah, I mean, you can sort of use it in that northern area where you can be hold down, and then you can completely cover and use that DPM if the enemy decides to sort of push that eastern part, like the forest.
Yeah,
that is where it comes in very, very handy.
I have an important question for you, though. I think everybody in Twitch chat wants to know as well. What are you cooking behind you?
What am I cooking? That's goulash, actually. You know, that is what I was talking about earlier. You know, you have that.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you want me to go over and check, right?
Yeah, go. I'm very curious to see this, key.
That would ruin the immersion, though. So let's not stick with that one.
Why is the tank's barrel pointing towards the cook's door? Is it like being held hostage?
Taking a look behind me, it's not actually you know, aiming at the. It's sort of aiming behind it. Like you can check yourself if you boot up the game and start the garage. You should be able to see that the tank is actually aiming past the people in the cooking. You don't want to kill the cook. Hello, like cooking is the most important part. If you have an empty stomach, the fighting's not going to be good. You should be an expert about this. Hello.
What are you trying to say with that?
I guess that both of us probably like good food. Who doesn't?
Doesn't have to be necessarily that good, just quantity.
I mean, sometimes quality over quantity, but yeah. Anyway, as there was a restart, I think we should be able to jump into the next game right away.
I had such a good roast lineup, but it would be like wouldn't be very nice. So I didn't do it, but I'm kind of sad that I didn't use it now.
No, it's fine. You know, you are reformed, Ducky. I heard you don't even do extended drumming sessions anymore.
That's true, man. That's
just
true.
Like short ones, you know?
Yeah,
quick and dirty.
Short but powerful.
All right, once again, we do see the lineups. Obviously, nothing has changed as the teams are not allowed to do that. They are not even allowed to switch modules, as far as I know. It's just technical restarts in case someone drops. And yeah, Raid against Abuba. Raid definitely the favorite for me, and I think for a lot of other people as well, as we are probably about to jump into some gameplay. There we go. And yeah, expectedly Raid defending with that Badger, and Old Kings is directly going towards that A6, A7 position from which you can cover the forest. That team in pink, though, Abuba, they're mostly going towards the forest, sending one EBR right, one EBR left, and 279's middle, leaving 2 chiefs on the 3 and 4 line, and everyone else basically forest.
I wouldn't say that's too much of a surprise here in terms of the split from Raid. So 2 tanks in A3, One tank in C3, 279. 279 is better than Chief because it can play up slightly higher than the Chief can. And can be pressured down that easily. And the rest of the team is basically sitting on A7, ready to cover left or right if needed.
Okay, so Kono in his EBR taking almost the only damage so far. I missed the 5 HP that is missing on Ali currently. And Positive is trying to gather some information, but he won't really be able to because Hannes, he has a nice and passive, cozy spotting bush there in his EBR. For Hannes to die, there would have to be a lot of guns trained onto him while the spot is happening, but we are not even close to that one yet. As Abuba sort of establishing their 279s in the middle, I guess, and not really doing a whole lot else. Now Kono is going to try to outspot Albert here. He's going to get the spot off. And is he going to decide to fire is the question? No. That is a very low amount of HE, by the way. Don't you think? 5 only on an EBR?
Yeah, but you don't really use it in games like this that often. You use it mainly against other EBRs.
Mm.
In every other scenario, it's quite risky to use HE, you know, because one non-pen with HE is...
Yeah, especially since EBRs don't really take, or often don't take rammas in these kind of scenarios just to gain the spotting advantage, because realistically, that's all the EBR has to achieve, is get the spotting advantage. Abuba now in the forest, pushing up a bit further here. They now do have like 7 chieftains even. Fly already spotted. And that is... I mean, Fly is pushed up into the middle ditch already. That tells Raid that some kind of commitment to the forest is very likely.
Well, I mean, not necessarily. Like, you know, Fly can push up there kind of by himself just to spot. I think the worst attempt at this would be a full 9-0 line push. I think that would be really bad for the side of Abuba.
Yeah, especially since, look at the position of Link, basically, in A0. That is such an annoying position to dig out.
And you know what really surprises me? It's Link in A0 close to the red line and not Jakofa.
I guess he doesn't want to get drowned again.
It's where he plays most of his games, though, in randoms.
I mean, Jakofa is still pretty close to the red line, as he's one of the chieftains at the A line, so he's going to feel comfortable with himself. He's got the red line close to him. And Abuba, like, I can now see why Shokish says they don't really like Muro. I also wouldn't like Muro if I had like 3 minutes 40 seconds already passed and I hadn't got any information to work with whatsoever. Like, obviously, just playing blindly into an enemy defense is not going to net you a lot of gains in the long run.
Very true, Kihan. Very, very true. And they're grouping up for the big 9-0 line push. There's not much to talk about what they're going to do. They're going to group, they're going to go, and one of two things will happen. It's going to work. Great.
What I like from Abuba so far is, we saw a lot of teams doing that wrong in group stage, was that they didn't commit everyone to the push. They had sort of stranded 279s everywhere. They had probably chieftains even on G3. That's not the case here, but yeah, here comes the push. Shokish and Fly, both of them making it over here without taking damage, and the others not really spotted yet. So why would you send 2 tanks immediately over there instead of one?
Away, pressure the spotter away. Pressure the spotter away, potentially clear with EBR behind it, and then afterwards push the 0 line. Because if Itox, when he sees 2 people, he doesn't know that the rest of the team is also coming.
All right, Link.
At the same time, we clear EBR.
Link put in 1 shot into Shokish, so they do know something is a foul in A0. They do know at least 1 chieftain is there. And so far, not a lot of Actually, Kono trying to get the spotting run. Hannes down to a 1 shot. All right, so EBRs did get traded.
Yeah, but EBRs getting traded is not that bad for Raid, you know? Hannes getting a trade is already amazing. The fact that he survives for it is already... the fact that Kono dies for it is already great for him. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Nothing is lost. Now the big 0 line will push will come, though. And now it's a question of, can Raid do the damage?
Indeed, as all of the tanks are grouping up, and Itox so far not really able to get the information. When will he get it is the question. Finally, the 279s do get spotted, and this should spark a reaction from Raid, basically taking the Chieftains from A3, also moving to A7, and now it's just, the question of how much damage will Abuba take for it. It seems like it's a tremendous amount as Itox gets removed.
Yeah, Itox gets removed here instantly, but it's not all that bad from Abuba, actually, if you think about it. I mean, Link goes down for this, but they're not really able to support Link properly up to
Flubber
the
taking some, though.
Yeah, but
Oh,
you know, the 1-for-1 is fine for that position because now the hold on advantage here is for Abuba. Like this hold on. Ooh, big ammo rack though coming out. Maybe not that much anymore. The 279s have now taken the AF line though. That is good for Raid. They need to get some shields here going for each other because they have that crossfire. You see those shells coming out from the 279 on the side, and Abuba will have to react to this, most likely with a push forward, having to push in, having to get out of the crossfire. And now what Raid is missing is a tank on A3, but look at the damage that Abuba has taken. They are paying so much for this push, but if they clean up Old Kings, Jakafa, Destroyer, and Ricochet, they might come out of this looking not that bad at all. The only issue is they're kind of stuck.
yes, indeed. Now, as the numbers dwindle here in the A-line for Raid, obviously the trades are going to get better and better for Abuba because Raid simply doesn't have the guns to retaliate anymore. Now, there is a counter push going on in the forest. We see Crespix getting collapsed upon by double 279 plus Ali, but Ali does get picked up by Positive in return. Shockish also there to help Crespix, so it's going to be costly in the forest as well for Raid, who are now trailing 1k HP. Albert, the only one able to contain the cap pressure currently, and Abuba, they just need to hold on in the forest. They just need to be able to get those guns into the game. And you can see the guns from the A-line working as Smiley dropping down to 600.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Raid at all right now. They have 4 tanks left standing against a overwhelming overmatch from Abuba. And as a result of that, we can see now, I mean, Albert is full HP, but he's just getting pushed. He's just going to die, actually, in that position. So, good execution from Abuba there. I mean, losing Flabber for a 1-for-1 trade for Lynx is more than fine. That's a fine trade.
And anyone who has ever played 279 in a facehug against a Chieftain knows how annoying that is. You just can't depress the gun enough to get it to bear onto the hull.
It's not that hard, Kihan.
I mean,
you load AP and you shoot his cupola.
I mean, if you're still like slightly above him because of the way that the ground was shaped there, you can try to hit the cupola, but then again, you can put the gun into it. That was why we see the damaged gun on Pixel right now.
AP goes through it.
Yeah, you just have to reload that AP in time.
Yeah, but intuition.
And then you have to pray to RNGesus to hit the cupola regardless. Anyway,
I'm just throwing a shade, Key, but yeah, normally 279s will always lose the face hug against the Chief. Even if they load AP and shoot the cupola, most of the time they lose it, no matter what.
Yeah, because the Chieftain just has autopen. Always, 100% of the time.
Yes, because it depresses the gun into the hull.
Yep.
Indeed.
Alright, so Positive trying to make Timmy miss one more time, and that's going to be all she wrote for this game number 1, as Abuba with a well-executed push, good shielding. As you can see, they have a lot of one-shots, and they are going to be putting themselves up 1-0. Raid, the finalists of the former tournament, trailing currently against a third in their respective group.
First round here, defense not working out for Raid. We'll see if they know how to play on their attack themselves. Wouldn't count them down and out just yet, but I would say Abuba there doing a really, really good push. Also keeping the guns alive, making sure that the guy in the corners dies, and then pressuring the A-line in group.
Shockish there, the FC, with the leading example.
Shockish is not the FC though.
Not the FC? Alright.
No,
just
Flabber,
the
Positive.
Okay. Anyway, then the captain coming in with the example for his team, putting in top damage here, 5.6. Kono there trading himself out against Hannes. Fly obviously not getting a lot. But then again, if you pull off a push like this, some tanks are gonna be going out with few damage regardless, simply because they're gonna get focused while trying to close the distance towards the hold-down enemies.
Yeah. But,
and also,
you know,
Crespix was at 4k, right? He was back in the forest, but he was completely and continuously able to farm the likes of Jakafa and some others who just had to peak so high, because Raid, they had so many tanks on that A-line that they couldn't all stand beside each other in that little ditch towards the red line and stay safe. So there was continuous DPM also coming in from the forest.
Good stuff there, all in all, from the boys of Abuba. Good push, well coordinated, making sure they kill everything they need to do, then continuing to the A line. Ray trying to readjust by going to the EF line, kind of missing somebody on A3 to covering them from covering them when it pushed. But even that, I don't think would have changed it. Abuba just was able to pick up so many guns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
Maybe.
I think they even drowned Link back there in the A0 position on like 2-shot. If they hadn't drowned him, I think he could have survived. We saw in the group stage matches already, like one hero tank surviving there for raid and just dealing continuous damage in the back of all the tanks that kept brawling whole down. That was not the case this time. So now the sides are going to be switched, and we will just have to wait and see if Raid is basically able to convert their attack, because in my opinion at least, Moro defense is a bit favored.
It is.
Also, this is Raid's map pick, so after that we would be heading to a map that Abuba chose.
And they feel confident on Ensk, so Raid needs this round, of course.
Raid needs this round, yes. Abuba, curiously, also coming back to the map pick bands, they chose Ensk, which we already saw by Raid today against Invil. So at least one of their strategies for each side has already been shown.
Yeah, but usually you have multiple ones.
You should. Alright, lineups. Raid on their attack, not bothering with anything but blunt force. It's going to be 15 heavy tanks, it's going to be 4 279s and 11 chieftains. Abuba triple EBR, so 3 less combat tanks actually.
Yeah. What is this raid? Wait, what is this raid lineup?
Yeah, it's like they don't care. They don't give a damn. It's like, yeah, we're just going to push you somewhere. Cope.
Has to be a really big push though.
It's probably one consisting of like 14 to 15 tanks, is what I'm guessing. The interesting thing is here, Abuba, how well do their EBRs play this, right? Because Raid, they do not have any light tanks whatsoever. So basically the Abuba EBRs, they do have free play.
They have free play, but they're going to get pressured back really fast, by the way. They're not going to be able to get cleared, but they are going to get pressured back.
Ooh, Kono there, barely avoiding one shell. And we see that Abuba is choosing to send most of their combat tanks towards the forest, where there's actually a trap in like K9, K0, but one of the 279s there got spotted. So Abuba able to figure out that
yeah, Positive has a
something
cheeky bush on the edge of the water.
I mean, White Rock took one shot so far, but other than that, not really a whole lot. The thing is, Silic is cutting off the rotation back. So those tanks that are in this K9, K0 position, they are stuck. They're not going to leave without paying a tremendous amount. I don't think they can even leave currently, simply because
so
Silic
worried,
is in this bush.
This lineup is so... Ooh, Positive needs to be really careful here. I don't think Smiley will spot him. I don't think he even knows about it.
I don't think Smiley will go close enough to him.
I mean, maybe.
Oh, Kono taking one.
Yeah, he got spotted out by one of the chiefs there.
I think that is a bit of an overreaction currently from Abuba.
Yeah, there's a lot of tanks still on 1-2 for a raid.
I mean, they are leaving basically double EBR that can't really do anything but provide information in the forest, and are sending everyone else towards the other side. Probably because they smell an overmatch, because they know how many tanks are in K9, sorry. But
they had a good timing here, it's possible. But they are turning back.
Yeah, I don't think they should feel pressured into anything as of now.
Ooh, Silic getting spotted out by Smiley though. Takes one, take more running.
Silic down to 806. That's a 2-shot for actually for all of the guns that Raid has, because basically
You see what I mean though? Like these CBRs are just getting pressured back. Step by step.
Silic should be able to take some sort of other bush though. I mean, Morovanka is a lot with...
Positive is dead, bro. He is Dead.
Uh,
They know now that there's somebody towards the buildings. They have to know because there's no other way to get spotted here. Somebody needs to clear towards the water.
Oh,
Whoa, Silic goes
getting
down though.
Yeah, Silic getting picked up, and
Don't
now
know
the
why he went back
forces.
there. Maybe he's trying to bait to give positive a chance to survive.
I mean, how many tanks are actually here? That is from Abuba. There is
Half the raid team.
7, 8 tanks for Abuba, and half the raid team. So I guess they actually have the overmatch here.
Yeah, Abuba definitely has the overmatch here, but normally either raid goes for the base or they all push back towards the forest. One
They
of the
are
two here.
pushing back
Positive does
towards
get
the
spotted out
forest.
though.
Yeah, Positive.
But he's fine.
And he's going to be continuous thorn in the side. The thing is, Abuba, they need to overpush right now. They need to make this engagement happen before the rest of the combat tanks from Raid is actually here. Currently, though, Raid with a 5k HP advantage. Yes, Abuba was able to take out 2 guns, but that has happened on both sides, actually. And, well, it's EBRs only that went down for Abuba, so no real DPM disadvantage anymore.
Yeah, but now Raid is going to throw all their HP into the mix. It is getting even, though, in terms of HP. Only about 1-2k separating these two. But Raid now trying to get all these single shooting guns into the fight. Timmy is going to go down, though. Abuba might actually have some sort of magic here working in their favor. Because now Raid kind of stuck in no man's land. Rise is going to go down, should go down for this, actually, in his 279. One more shot to finish it off. He gets picked up, and now Abuba trying to repush back in, trying to pick off Attila. But now we can see the Raid swarm, those extra tanks that they had trying to come into action, no longer with the extra tanks though, but the HP still in their favor. Abuba now trying to make another repush on towards Itox, on towards White Rock, while Magical and Albert are coming from the backside here. Old Kings, Jakafa just shooting the tanks as they drive past, and Raid is running out of guns. Abuba here kind of catching Raid down in a little bit of a position that they didn't want to be in, but still up in HP because they had so much extra to begin with. Hannes goes down, Magical's pushing in now, Ali's pushing in. All the tanks from Raid are now trying to pick up and over, trying to hold on. They don't want to go to match point here, or facing a match point more like, and they are starting to pick up the guns. Now Skirpy should be the next, and Pixel in his Chieftain. Who has the better focus fire here?
Skirpy actually missing onto Jakifar. Skirpy, finally, Kono is able to pick up Jakifar here, and this is now a 4 versus 3 situation here with Abuba. 1k HP down. Skirpy even ammo wrecked. Old Skama and Yosi will need to do everything they can to take out Magical. Magical down and out of the game, but the same goes for Skirpy here. And now Kono so annoying with that EBR from the side here. Yosi will try to go onto Ali, but misses one shot in turn. Old Scammer goes down, and now it is a 2v2, but Jose with that crucial miss here is probably... it's going to be so hard, but I think that miss here by Jose is probably going to cost him the game.
Ali has to survive for this. He needs to connect his shot, go behind Albert and survive. Jose just fired.
Oh,
yeah,
Kono
missed. It's 2v1 though. It's possible for Kono to win this.
Yep.
It is possible.
Kono is going to make his way away, and that was another crucial miss onto Ali. He's still spotted though, so they know where he is going. Kono needs to play this one ever so careful. He is going to go and fade away now.
The issue is Albert though for Kono.
That was
such a healthy 279.
But that was basically three shots for this game that players from Abuba basically blew. There was one.
If Kono hits this, they win this game.
And he
hits it.
He does. So now it is a 1v1 here, and obviously time is ticking for the side of Raid here. And now Albert, he is going to make his way. If I was Kono, I wouldn't even be shooting here, because that would mean revealing my position to the 279.
Yeah, I mean, Kono is just chilling in this normally. Ollie going down there is really bad for Raid. They needed him to stay alive. I mean, Kono might take a shot here to lower Albert's HP, so he could potentially kill him. Doesn't look like it though.
Yeah, he is currently not really... I mean, that's the only thing that Albert can realistically do, right? Is go into the bushes and try to get unspotted and cap there. Kono, he just needs to basically do one reset in like a minute or so, and then they win the game.
Yeah, 1 minute 40 to solo cap, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100 seconds. So we do see him driving around now, trying to get a new angle. Albert has long since, obviously, lost all information about Kono. He could be anywhere, and honestly, Albert, I would prefer for him to stand still, because that obviously raises your camo by a bit, and it also denies one of the advantages.
He's looking at the right direction, though.
It denies one of the advantages that basically the CVS has. I mean, Kono is also looking in the right direction.
Kono could blind fire this. They'll probably try to blind fire it. The question is, does Albert spot him?
I mean, Kono is probably going to wait 10 more seconds until it's like 1:39, and then he tries to...
He's going to line up the bushes maybe as well as he can, no? I don't like him. If he resets from A3, that would be a big mistake, by the way, because that gives Albert time to close the distance.
Okay, there he is. He's spotted now.
He's going to get the reset.
There comes the reset, but now Albert probably knows where Kono is, and Kono, he
I think Kono can escape through the red line. I think he will get enough distance in time to escape through the red line.
Let me check. Kono, he does have a low noise exhaust, so it will be increasing. Oh, Kono just fell the tree, so Albert saw that probably.
Yeah, but Albert doesn't get within range on time.
So yeah, Kono is gonna make it out here. I mean, he even spots him, so...
Bobo catched half of Raid's team off guard, man.
That was...
And this positive spot, I mean, I think he died for it in the end, but he gave info how much was going for us.
He gave all the info, yes, indeed. I still think Abuba could have been slightly more aggressive with that initial push to just try to catch even more guns faster, but it did work out. It did. And this means that Abuba on Raid's map pick are immediately going to make it to match point. That is not something that anyone expected. Except maybe some diehard Abuba fanboys.
Diehard Abuba fan, do they have any?
After these matches, they're certainly going to have a few. Like, that was exciting to watch. And for Kono, probably sweaty hands right now. Going to be pretty happy with himself with that solo carry.
Yeah, Kono should be very happy in this. I think Ali really misplayed, though. I don't know. I think he needs to go in a position where he's completely safe. I don't know why he's sitting in the middle road. Like, he could have driven down towards the dip and Kono was running, and just sit there, and then, you know, he will proxy spot Kono coming, has potential to kill him, and use Albert to figure out where Kono is going.
Yeah, Ali shouldn't have basically exposed himself whatsoever. Like, he just gave himself away for free,
safe.
by the basically.
Yeah, because they need to use Albert to go into the cap somehow.
Okay, so after a round that some Abuba players tried to throw, we still find ourselves with a scoreline of 2-0 here, and Yosi getting in that work. Alright, one shot of team damage, I guess, but in the end, was enough to push his team over the line.
Hey, win is a win, man.
A win is indeed a win.
They did very well catching half of Raid's team off guard, though. Because if they had if the Raid was like 10 seconds or already coming towards the forest with the rest of their team through the left-hand side, they would be...
They would be screwed, yeah.
Dead. They would be so dead.
But I guess that tactic here by Raid, just not picking any EBRs whatsoever, just completely relying on blunt force, just... then again, if you only pick one EBR, he's gonna get completely outspotted by double or triple. Like, so I guess I kind of get where they are coming from. If you like, you don't pick one EBR, it's not gonna make a difference. So might as well pick 0 and try blunt force. But for a team with the personal skill such as Raid, I think you can work with a bit more finesse.
Yeah, I mean, they're not down and out just yet.
Indeed, we've seen bigger comebacks happen, and getting that last point in a match on the board is obviously the most difficult one. That being said and done, Murovanka, I hope Raid, they just forget about what just happened here. They should be focusing on Abuba's map pick, which is Ensk. And we already saw Raid earlier today on Ensk. What are you expecting? Recycled strategies or a different approach?
I don't know. I think they will be the same from Nord, but I don't think they'll play the same defense, to be honest.
I mean, Invil showed how that defense is broken. Might have been some lucky connections into the 705A, but in the end, that was a 15-1 scoreline. Decisive win for Invil. So,
true.
I don't know if I would try to play that one again.
There's always a few fixes that you can do.
True. And they didn't ban it. I guess they have a permaban, so to speak. But yeah, map video, it's showing us what might be the last map of this game, or match here rather. The score is 2-0 for Abuba currently. Raid trailing here. They need some miracles. They need to win that next one to get that remontada underway. And I think we're about to see the lineups.
Let's see. Abuba, 50B, W100, 4 E3s. 2 Chieftains and the rest 2 7-9s. Raid, 4 Chieftains. 2 E3s in E4.
And yeah, a whole bunch of 2 7-9s to complete the raid lineup. So I am curious. I'm not the biggest of fans of having single Bs, because a single 50B, it cannot clip out a tank completely. That's why you see on Himmelsdorf, for example, you see 2 or sometimes even 3, because with 2 50Bs you drive onto an enemy tank and you just clip him out and he's gone, no matter what. 3.2k damage in the clips is always going to be enough, except if it's like, I don't know, HP boosted mouse or something.
Oh, see, the Raid is defending. They're not going for the same def that we saw before. Actually, they're playing a different kind of defense here. They're still sending a decent amount of tanks towards the field, though, from their side. They're matched with 1, 2, 3, 4 tanks for the side of Abuba. No, actually, sorry, 6 tanks for the side of Abuba. And Raid has 7. So they're fine on this part of the map.
They are indeed fine, and they're not giving up the city as well. Quite a few tanks there. I am gonna check the guns really quick that the E100s are employing currently. And
Small ones, normally.
Crespix has a small one, and Kittiquel also with the small gun. Because one of the Invil E100s earlier actually had a big one. Shockish taking one to the face and also taking a second one here.
This position doesn't work for an E3.
And also, his gun is damaged in the process, so he's going to have to repair that one now. Ali taking one in return. Fact remains, Raid is going to be the ones defending. Hannes also took a lot of damage already, down to 1k in his E3, respectively.
Yeah, but so far so good for Raid, actually, if you look at it. Yeah, they're down in HP, right? Because they took more punishing on the cross, which is normal. But they do have good info on the field. They know there's a lot of tanks there. And they also know that Abuba can't cross from the field back without Jakafa spotting it. So whatever is on the field remains on the field. So those 7 tanks that are on the field remain on the field. So they can even... Oof, never mind, dude. Jakafa is getting owned.
Yeah, Jackifer taking a few as well here, down to 1300, and the initial trades favoring Abuba. I mean, both of the teams probably started with around or a bit above 40,000. Raid now down to 36k. Abuba is still 39k almost, so 3k HP difference here. And now the trades are going to begin in the city, where the 279s and the E100s, or the 279 you have to say, together with the double E100 and the Chieftain, is going to take corner by corner by corner. But that is actually a pretty strong hold that Raid have in the city there. You see the 279 in K1, he's probably going to be able to angle up onto one of the houses, making him an impregnable fortress back in that corner.
Yeah, more things pushing up here in the city for Abuba. I don't think they currently win this trade, though, if it comes down to it.
Yeah, the biggest problem for Abuba, obviously, both in the city and on the green, is closing that distance to get close to the enemy tanks, to basically make that HP advantage that they have work, and also to single out enemy tanks, to take out stragglers, just get rid of any kind of guns that they can anywhere. Abuba currently focusing on taking out the buildings on the green, just to reduce cover for the tanks of Raid, but there was no one actually there, so not really doing a lot for them. And they are grouping up here in the city, where I think the main push currently is planned to happen, but 6 minutes 30 is still time for some rotations at least. Even Hakir in the E4 now getting pulled here into the city. The E4 will be a valuable asset against the 279s, but now that push is happening in the 3-4 line.
Yeah, but they're just establishing a bit of positional play here. Smiley gives 1, Judge takes a few. Smiley should actually back out of the window now, normally speaking, and just go angle up. And in the meantime, they're progressing down the middle road with double E3. pushing up, but those don't really have any point to go against. You can see Smiley backs out of the window now, and that's 3 tanks stuck there for Abuba.
Yeah, 3 tanks stuck here, and they can't really push on the field, I don't think, because as soon as they start pushing that 0 line, basically they will
7-9
get
is
shot in
normally
the
a
sun.
real 7-9 is kind of a weakness for the raid team a little bit, but there's still Itox and Ali there though.
Yeah, I mean, Abuba, they have started to trade a bit worse, I guess. Still 2k HP advantage, but Raid able to make them pay for the advantage, namely Smiley, who got like 2, 3, or even 4 connections onto Judge and Flubber, who were pushing in
It's kind of
here.
disgusting to see a 2400 HP 3 though.
I mean, hardening. Does
Yeah,
its
no,
job.
but it's kind of disgusting, dude.
But yeah, Smiley is going to proxy the 3 tanks there. They can't really leave. They would take damage on the way out. Judge even taking another shot here. From whom even? Was that Destroyer there in the window and Judge peeked out?
I'm not sure, but those 3 tanks didn't really add anything to Abuba's play here.
And Abuba, as with the first round on him, on Morabanka, basically, we don't really see them doing quite a lot for the start of the game. Finally, we do see a rotation here. Kono and Drazer getting rotated off the field to add some more punch, either on the rails or in the city, I guess. Most likely the city, because I don't really see a way for the Abuba tanks to decisively win here on the western part of the map.
Well, if there's more tanks coming, they might be able to do it. But it's going to be hard for them either way. They're getting spotted in the back as well, though. So they're trying to leave unspotted, but it's not happening. Raid knows this now, though.
Raid, they do know, yes. They do spot the rotation, and Dreiser taking 2 on the cross here. Kono, is he going to cross far enough back? Oh, Dreiser even taking an E3 shot. Oh, Kono also taking damage. That rotation.
Does White Rock reload for this?
No,
I don't think so.
I don't think he does, no. But that was so expensive.
Yeah, the HP is fully even again.
Yeah.
Like, fully even.
Yeah, that was 2k HP, basically, just to get 2 more guns to the city.
I mean, Raid doesn't need 4 guns on 0 line anymore. Now is the time for them to rotate actually 2 off of those back towards the lower part of the city. At least 1, but preferably 2. And they're doing exactly 2.
Okay, so Raid now also doing a rotation. As
Raid okay. Raid is okay.
Yeah, Raid is completely fine with this. I mean, yeah, they probably want to take some more tanks back just because they, you don't even need to cross over if you're Raid with tanks from the green. You just
No, just stay where Itox is. They can shoot the crossing. Smiley is guaranteed spotting it. Destroyers with Link holding there. Timmy is supported by Attila in the back corner. This is going to be very costly for Abuba. I mean, you know, they're doing damage still, but they are down now, and they're going to take normally a decent amount for this crossing.
Yeah, Kono now the first one here, and Yosi now pushing up, but it's Kono and Freedom taking the damage here, and they're not really returning a lot. I don't know why Atiquel left the position at the red line. He could be crossfiring here. This is now enabling, actually, the team of Abuba to create a 4 versus 2 in between Ati and Timmy there. And also Kittiquel with his E100 crest picks the same. They are starting to peak. This is prompting Raid into a repush on the green or the 7 line both.
Yeah, they saw Yosi there. Might be slightly overextended in his position. They're going to lose Timmy, though. They're going to lose Link, and they're going to lose Destroyer, actually. This is not really working out that well for Raid. The crossfire there, not super effectively putting down the tanks from Abuba. And as you can see, there's 3 tanks dead for the side of Raid and just 1 for the side of Abuba. Smiley there on a 1-shot as well. It's going to go down in a second, and Ignite coming out even on towards Old Kings in the E4 by Flabber. Old Kings there trying to do 1 more shot, but Pixel picks him up, and now Raid, are they starting to fall to pieces here? This is the big question that remains to be seen. They are up in HP. They have been for a while, but down guns, down another gun, just 2 for Abuba. Raid, the finalists from the previous final here, faltering, falling, stumbling. Are they able to hang on? That is a big question. Ali kills Crespix. Ricochet picks up Pixel. Now we need Yosi to finally go down. I don't know how he survived this long. Jakafa picks it up. Itox there trying to stay alive now in his 279. He's getting pushed by Positive. Ali pulling back around the corner. Itox getting picked up by Positive. Abuba now with 1 minute and 22 seconds with a number of guns on the cap. A tremendous amount of guns on the cap, actually. Positive now pushing in. He's going to try and pick up Ali. He doesn't get it. The Ram might do it, though. No, the last shot. He had 1 more remaining. Picks it up. 12 seconds now for Raid to get the resets here. Hakir is trying to block this off. 8 seconds. They need somebody to reset. Raid needs to reset. Even 100 is shielding everybody. Can Raid come back in with 6 seconds left? Unique now trying to do it, trying to make it happen, and achieve down towards the one shot. Back down to 15 seconds. Raid now still up in HP, but 4 guns remaining, 3 guns remaining. Abuba is coming out. Abuba's coming out swinging, and Raid's gonna go swinging back home as Abuba, as the 3rd place from their group, seems to have done it all and sweep Raid, not 1, not 2, but 3-0.
Exactly, Aladdin the last one remaining here for Raid, but little is it gonna matter as he's gonna go down, and the cap to add insult to injury is gonna go through the underdog here. Abuba, the new kid on the block, showing what they're made of, sweeping Raid out of this tournament, and they are gonna be meeting the winner of the last match, which is gonna be CSA tomorrow. So that was the last game of today. I first of all need to collect my thoughts because sure as hell I didn't expect that result.
I don't think anybody did. I think this was a very shocking performance from Raid.
I thought you were going for the wordplay with shockish, but indeed. That was Raid certainly completely not meeting up the expectations. So I guess the Bronze Fists for Jakafar are going to remain a dream as we take a look at the damage done here.
Wow.
What do you mean?
Wow, dude. Wow, dude. Way to kick a man when he's down, huh?
But yeah, on the other side, the victorious team of Abuba and Silic, the first EBR to go down on Murovanka, actually showing up with top damage here, 5.4 and a kill. And Abuba against all odds and probably also against all predictions here, making it through in a absolutely convincing fashion.
It is what it is, Key. It is what it is, man.
It's certainly...
Raid doesn't deserve anything in this match. There was potential in every round, and they managed to convert none of it.
Yes, exactly. But I think, Daki, for today, that's going to be enough from us. We are going to head over to the analysts, where Moff and Insane are going to explain exactly how Raid just collapsed in the match, in the shocking match that we just saw.
Thanks a lot, guys, for that first day of casting. And Moff, like they said, what a shocking performance from Raid, losing 3-0 against Abuba.
Yeah, I mean, none of us predicted it, right? And Abuba didn't have a particularly strong group stage. I mean, we know that they've got the players' skill and the Russian players from the other server, but 3-0, yeah, didn't see that one coming.
I mean, technically, if you just take a look at the rounds, how it was played, we can say that Raid made once more some major mistakes, and Abuba was here to punish them. So good stuff from that team. We didn't expect them to perform that much in this losers bracket match. And as we can see in the tournament bracket, MOV, they're going to be meeting CSA tomorrow. But first, we will have Banty against Invil.
Yeah, Banty against Invil in the upper bracket final. Obviously, the loser will drop down to play against the winner of CSA against Abuba. I'm not really sure who I fancy in CSA against Abuba, but Invil are definitely the favorites in the upper bracket final for sure.
Yeah, to be honest, after watching Banty's performance against ESA, that was not convincing at all. And I feel like Invil is far above the rest of the team in terms of skill, in terms of tactics. They're probably well prepared. So this is going to be hard to just put your money on any team else than them. But we hope to have a big surprise from Banter and his boys tomorrow in the first match.
Yeah, Banter and his boys. Hopefully they'll have some strats hidden or prepared for tomorrow. We shall see.
Anyway, Moff, time for the replays of the last match of the day. And we were starting on Murovanka.
Yeah, Murovanka and Raid with the super passive hold, and Abuba, nothing super complicated, just a brute force push, pretty much sending their entire team bar one Chieftain and one EBR, just sending absolutely everything just to make sure they clear these positions. You can see the Raid positions, they're reasonably good, but that swarm of Abuba tanks are slowly closing towards them. Very, very menacing there.
I think it was good for the side of Raid, this push. They could possibly lose A7 but trade for it, gain back some control over the E6, E7 area, and completely lock Abuba in those positions. But this repush with Ali leading the charge and dying in his EBR,
Yeah, this was
that was horrible.
A little bit over-aggressive, that Ali going in too early. Maybe the EBR wasn't spotted and the other chief, but dying like that in that fashion, especially when we know how the game ends with 1-2-7-9 versus an EBR, I think it's safe. I think we can say that that actually threw the game, him dying there in the EBR.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. This move costed Raid their defense on that map. And we know that this map, when you face a really good like passive defense, it's pretty hard to get a chance. And you had Timmy left in his 279, convincing victory for Abuba, punishing Raid. And next up, we had Raid playing with 0 EBR.
Yeah, 0 EBRs, you know, it has been done before on Miravanka, but more likely on the defensive side. When you play with 0 EBRs, the amount of vision you give your opponent is just, you know, it's kind of absurd. And you can see Positive is just taking full advantage. Low noise, bounty low noise exhaust, 53% camo there. Only just gets spotted now, but all of the damage has been done. The information game won by Abuba. They push into half of the raid tanks and get the overmatch. Link, he's trying to shoot the EBR, and then suddenly just like 6 chieftains pop up in front of him.
I was in pain. Raid, what are you doing? Pushing the forest with half of their forces and exploding to this repush, providing Abuba their best chance to actually take it, and that's exactly what happened. You could see that later on, the round was pretty close, and it came down to like a 1v1, but Raid, pretty like careless, going for the forest aggression without waiting for clear informations. And even if it was possibly winnable for the side of Raid, later on Ali going down from Kono was just definitely a huge blow.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate because you can't exactly know where the EBR is, but you've got to just try and do everything possible to stay alive. And unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to do that. And we have to praise Kono here. He did a brilliant job, didn't put a foot wrong, completely abused the camo of the EBR. He's able to drive so close to the 279, almost like 200 meters away, and he still won't get spotted. Albert tried everything, didn't stand a chance though.
Next up, we had that very standard way to defend from the side of Raid and Abuba. I mean, I think that's the map they are the most confident on. They have been always performing pretty well on it, and they have been proving it again today. Raid without actually an answer. You could see a very good play from Smiley here, attacking the 1v1 with Juge in his 279, but the trades and the HP spread just much better from Abuba.
Yeah, I think that's something teams like make a mistake with quite a lot of time, is not putting enough stuff into the sort of J1 area just to make sure that you actually kill those tanks and not like drop a lot of tanks yourself. And they were able to do that. Raid, you can see on the minimap now, a lot of their tanks were just caught on the other side of the map, unable to support their teammates.
Well, yeah, you could just see it's Abuba next up. They just had to start pressuring the cap and forcing Raid tanks to suicide to get those decaps. And that's shocking, Morph. Raid is out of that tournament. They lost their first match in the winners bracket against Invil. That was their second and last chance in the losers bracket, and they got crushed 3-0 by Abuba. They were in the finals in the last tournament, and they're already out.
Yeah, it's a real shock to see one of the sort of ever-presence of the Clan Showdown tournaments. Raid, they're just kind of always there, usually making it to the semi-final or the final. But they're out really early on here, not even a bronze fist or third place.
I mean, well, good job to Abuba taking the victory. Yeah, we mentioned that Raid made a lot of mistakes, but they also played solid against, and they definitely deserve that victory. Raid, just like Goodnight Nomi, will have the opportunity to take their revenge in the next tournament, but we have to keep focusing on this one because tomorrow, Morph, we have the second day of the playoff stage, and Invil against Bounty to start with.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see whether Bounty can meet the challenge of Invil, because they look just super dominant right now.
So yeah, I guess, Morph, that's time for us to say goodbye to everyone and to wish to have you with us tomorrow starting at 4 p.m. CAT, and I will leave you the last word.
Yep, see you later. Hope you had your drops. Come back tomorrow for the one-day premium.
Bye.